Good evening. Welcome. That's me. Welcome to the May 9th, 2024 Northampton School Committee meeting. I'm Gina Louise Shara, Chair of the School Committee, and I will be presiding this evening. This meeting is being held both remotely on Zoom pursuant to the modification of the state's open meeting law for the pandemic and in person here in the community room at JFK Middle School. This meeting and all participating will be audio and video recorded. And I will begin by asking the clerk to please call the roll of the school committee.
Mayor Shara,
Present.
Member Gacy, Member Foster Cannon,
Here.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Present.
Member Stein, Member Hennessy,
Present.
Member Miller, okay, Member LaBounty,
Here.
Member Agna,
Present.
Member Davis.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Great, thank you. So this initial meeting is just for executive session, and now that we have taken roll, will someone please make a motion to enter executive session?
Make the motion.
Can you please read?
Oh,
Do you need it?
I don't, yes, I do.
Okay.
Sorry. Make a motion to enter executive session under Title III, Chapter 30A, Section 183, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation, if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigation position of the public body and the chair. Second.
Motion has been made by Member Bounty, seconded by Member Foster.
Sorry, who seconded?
I did. Member
Here,
Foster
okay.
Cannon. And the chair does so declare. So we will be going into executive session. We will then come back and we will have the full school committee meeting in open session and that will start at 6:30. So roll call, please, on entering executive session.
Yes, please. Member Gacy's not here. Member Foster Cannon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Hennessy,
Yes.
Member Miller, Member LaBounty,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
The ayes have it.
Thank you. So we will be entering executive session, and again, we will come back for the full school committee meeting on Zoom and in this room in open session at 6:30. Thanks. Good evening. Welcome to the May 9th, 2024 Northampton School Committee meeting. I'm Jean Louise Shara, Chair of the School Committee, and I'll be presiding this evening. This meeting is being held both remotely on Zoom
Recording in
pursuant
progress.
to the modification of the state's open meeting law for the pandemic, and in person here in the community room at JFK Middle School. This meeting and all participating will be audio and video recorded. And we have adjourned from executive session and come back into open session, but just to be safe, we'll take a roll call again, and we have some folks that weren't here for executive session. So, Cassie, when you are ready, can we please take the roll?
Yes, Mayor Shara,
Present.
Member Gazy,
Present.
Member Foster Cannon,
Here.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Present.
Member Stein,
Present.
Member Hennessy,
Present.
Member Miller,
Present.
Member LaBounty,
Here.
Member Agna,
Present.
Member Davis.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. The following members are participating remotely on Zoom. That's Member Agna, Member Seraphy Cox, and Member Miller. And we will start off by talking about the school committee norms. And Member Gazy, if you're ready.
Yes, I am. Let me just find this. Where's my meeting passcode?
So,
It's going to take me,
password, passcode?
I got it, 7-6, join meeting. Okay. So I'm not sure whether you got a copy of this. So I've made a document that I will share with you. Join with computer, yes, I will. Make that big. So may I share my screen?
Give it a try.
Okay. Not hearing anything. Where is it? Down here. Yikes, I'm sorry.
Any reason why you-
Share my screen, yes,
Yeah, it looks like you should be able to.
yes. Host disabled participant screen sharing, so I
Oh,
haven't been made a host yet.
Your co-host, aren't you?
Actually, no.
No, because I was late.
That will solve it.
There you are. Okay,
Done?
Yep.
Done and done.
There you go.
Done and done, great. So, here it is. And in the future, I'll try to get it for you sooner. I've included our last several meeting dates. What I found is our lowest score for this meeting was 0.7, which is below 1, which is partially meeting expectations. And that went down from 1.3 last time, which was partially plus. However, the good news is we did a perfect 2 on focusing on students at the center. So I had last time I read the results about what we could do there. There were no suggestions as to how we can do better. But since I'm the one who has sat with this data the longest, I have some thoughts that I'd like to share. When my daughter was a teenager, we had our share of knockdown, drag-out fights. And I tried to get her to fight fair. I even found a little social, a little article on how to fight fair, I think in one of the teacher magazines. And I shared it with her. And she didn't want to fight fair. She said, I want to win. So she refused to go with those guidelines. But as school committee members who are there for the children, I think what we have to do is listen to fight fair with each other. So I'd like to remind people of what fighting fair looks like. First, there's no degrading language, which is like no put-downs, no ad hominem attacks, no hissing while somebody's talking, discuss the issue at hand, not the person. So what someone may or may not have done in the past is irrelevant. We have to deal with one issue at a time and solve that with the best idea that we have. We have to take turns speaking. And I think that we don't have to grandstand. We go around, we take turns, and pretty soon everybody knows how they're going to vote. But we're trying to keep open minds. And of course, I lost my computer, so let me look at this here. Respectfully challenge, no, where did that go?
Sorry.
Thanks.
Oh, no, well,
I think I stopped sharing because I got booted off. But that's what I wanted to say, is we've got to come to the best compromise, given all the factors we have. So let's lay our positions out. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. Anyone have any questions or comments? Member Stein?
I was curious, Member Gazy, if there were any incidents of the type that you just described that occurred at the last meeting?
I'm not, so this is based on a compilation of scores that I got, and nobody, for each category. So I don't know what people are saying, but I think it's a sense that a consensus of all of us. I only got 8 out of 10, and on some categories, like some people didn't answer the left-hand column. So, I just did my math and divided by 7 instead of 8 when I was getting my mean. And so I can't speak at all as to specific things. I'm just, it was the consensus as laid out on these babies, which I should also wipe down and hand out to you.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments?
It just seems that if it was to be a useful exercise for us, no one knows how all of us interpret those ratings. So what is one supposed to do with those numbers? You've given us a sort of interpretation, what I think is fair based on how you describe the process, but it's unclear to me what we do with that if we're not
Try
actually.
harder.
No, but we don't know what each other's expectation specifically is, right?
Well,
Because
the best we have are the expectations as laid out here. It's an imprecise science, and that's what I'm, I don't think it does any good to go back and say, oh, this was really hurtful to somebody, or this was not proper, or this was that. Let's just, as individuals, this is what we're committed to, keeping the children at the center.
But every week, we're going back to say how we did last time, right? So,
Yeah.
and we're scoring the last meeting, so it would be
Well,
helpful.
if you would like to annotate this on future cards as to who or what really disturbed you, I
I'd
don't
just
think
like to
that's
finish
fair.
my comment.
So there's too much back and forth here. Yes, Member Foster.
I have a suggestion that might take all of this into account. I get what I'm hearing is maybe a request for more specifics, but I'm actually wondering, to your point, Member Gazy, I don't think it would be helpful to go back and say like, this stunk. But I wonder about notating, what if we could notate when we saw somebody do it well? So like, member whoever, really expressed their idea and their strong disagreement on this issue. Like maybe there's space for us to consider that, and not necessarily on the forms we currently have, but if we're thinking about how to incorporate this, maybe it's that we want to call out what we're seeing people doing well.
That works for me,
Great.
I think.
Thank you. Thanks for that suggestion. Okay,
So just to, maybe when we get to this point in the meeting, you can reframe that for us and remind us. Okay.
okay, moving on. Next is the student representative report, and I think I see Zara, I saw Zara, there, Zara's in car, maybe?
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay, hi, welcome.
Just couldn't be there in person today. Okay, so hi, I'm Zara Usman. I'm a 10th grader at NHS. It's great to see all you guys on Zoom. Yeah, I'm also a little sick, so I don't want to get you guys sick too. So just like stuff going on in the school right now. I mean, obviously we had the principal candidate or selected and the visits, and that was really great. It was wonderful to see both of the candidates, and I think that the students are very excited about next year with Mr. Taglieri. And we at the student union got a chance to meet with both of the candidates, which was very nice, and we really appreciated having that perspective and voice. Secondly, just about last month's meeting, I really think that we all want to thank you for your decision to vote on level services budget. And we look forward or hope that the city council will come to a decision that hopefully funds schools to the best of their ability. And we will be releasing a statement as a student union about the overall demeanor of that meeting, hopefully pretty soon. Okay, so now to like the more fun things. Seniors are almost gone. They're almost done with their year. They have about 2 more weeks left. So they have like all their events, prom is coming up. And then a lot of testing. We got AP tests this week and next week, and makeup tests the week after, as well as MCAS at the end of May. I believe graduation is June 2nd. And the musical for next year was announced. It's going to be Hadestown, and I think that that was met with a lot of really positive reception. I know many of my friends are really excited about it. And just a lot of end of year things, even though it's not really the end, but once seniors leave, the school feels so different. So we're wrapping up a little bit. Okay, that's it. That's all I have today. But thank you.
Great, thank you, Zara. Any questions? Or see a thumbs up? Okay, awesome. Thanks so much. I hope you feel better.
Thank you.
Okay, and then next up we have the school spotlight with Bridge Street School. Welcome. Is that mic on? No?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. She's showing the video.
You want to do a little intro first?
It's just a little video about the things that we've been doing at Bridge Street that are out of the a little bit out of the ordinary.
Welcome to Bridge Street School Spotlight. We have a diverse group of families and students. What I like about Bridge Street School: field day training, dancing at school. My teachers are great. Spinach smoothie is the best lunch ever. I like the playgrounds. I like the specials because the teachers are so nice. Hispanic Heritage Night. Our first ever. We had a movie, traditional food, arts and activities, building community through food, music, and fun. Empowering youth. We had a guest speaker of Tiffany Jewell working with our students, and Nicholas Smith was our guest author. We learned from them that we can make a difference, impact change. We have African American Read-In, where we have family members and members of the community come and read to us. Authors are celebrated we celebrate Black authors and their stories. PE, crazy, wild, fun, PE.
My favorite part of PE is the training for field day.
Building and programming robots with computers. Every grade does something with the computers or the robots.
My The thing that I like about Bridge Street School is art class, PE, music, and the recorders.
Our first ever winter solstice. It was a fun night. It was beautiful, and when the playground was lit up, looked beautiful. Science fair, readathon, and field day. A few of the activities that our PTO sets up for us every year. They are small in number, but they are mighty with their love and support of the school. Our Better World Picnic. We're excited to host our third annual Better World Picnic at Bridge Street on June 5th. The Better World Picnic is an end-of-year event organized by the Bridge Street School Diversity and Equity Committee that celebrates our students and their families. At the picnic, there is food from local restaurants, live music, fun activities like face painting, hair braiding, and a showcase of student work related to our school theme. Last year, we had some special visitors too, a visitor from the Gazette who wrote an article about the event, and Monty Belmonte, who spoke about it on his morning radio program. This year's school theme is Water's Justice. Classrooms have been engaging with the theme through things like a school-wide assembly with a visitor from the Connecticut River Conservancy, a special water-themed March Book Madness, and various classroom projects and discussions around things like water pollution, access to clean water, and people who work to protect water. Bridge Street students, families, and staff all love and look forward to this special event. We have had over 200 people at the last two picnics and expect the same this year. Our walking school bus. Our volunteers walk our students to school, rain or shine or snow. Olivia Marshall is the coordinator of the walking school bus, and she keeps all the volunteers in line. We end the week with music greeting the students as they arrive on the playground. Dance Party Fridays.
What I like about Bridge Street School is that everyone can get the help they need.
So that's Bridge Street, and thank you very much.
All right, well done. Thank you.
Welcome.
So, I'd like to invite all of you to come to the Better World Picnic this year. You should come and see. It's really a wonderful event that our Diversity and Equity Committee works very hard at being very successful every year. So it'd be great.
It's a great event. Anyone have any questions or comments for Florida? Oh, sorry, Member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah, I'm asking my usual question. Carol, thank you so much, or Principal Ruffler, thanks so much for showing your video today. I was excited to see so many things that my kid loved about Bridge Street as well, and some things that I'm even still involved in with the school. Yeah, so my question that I've asked everybody else is how you plan to use the video to do community outreach and so forth. And I think my one question with it is that because you say a particular date of the picnic, that it puts it in time, so it can't necessarily be used after that. So if there are any plans to make it more temporally general.
Well, I could remove, I could have my IT teacher, David Cantler, edit out the date. That wouldn't be a problem, but, so that way it could be put on our website. I know we're getting a new website as for the district, and each school is going to have its own page or site, so it would be nice to put that on there so parents can see the kind of things that we do that are outside of the regular classroom.
Great, Yes, Member Foster Cannon.
Thank you, that was really nice to see. And I appreciated the focus too on some of the things that are sort of unique outside of the everyday at Bridge Street. And I just wanted to raise up the readathons and the PTO's work, or the read-ins, excuse me. I know there have been read-ins for Disability Awareness Month. And so it's just nice to see those kinds of different facets brought in. And it's just always so nice to see from, the eyes of the people that are there every day. And agreed to Member Seraphy Cox's point, I guess I will continue my path of sort of seconding what she says. I think it's really helpful for the community to be able to picture what's going on in the schools and sort of see the kids and see, the teachers and know that the PTO is sponsoring these events. It makes a real difference, especially for parents of younger kids that are, sort of, it's a big step to release your child into kindergarten. Making those choices. So I would love to see it on the website and used and really to help parents feel like they can see all of the amazing things that are going on in that school.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, please.
I just want to say thank you very much, Carol. I know that this was not your forte, but you
No,
did a
this is
wonderful
pushing me out of my comfort zone.
You did a wonderful job, and thank David for putting the video together. And we will be using all of the videos that have been developed during the course of this year for the spotlights on our new website, which hopefully will be debuting in August, just in time for the next school year.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes. Sorry, you should know me by now. I love to raise my hand at the very end too. And
Absolutely. Go for it.
I was thinking about the Better World Picnic, and I don't know if there's any way to reach out to students that are districted for Bridge Street. I don't know if the city has that capacity, but if that may be an opportunity to reach out to like potential incoming kindergartners to kind of join the school community.
We do have that, and Carol,
Right.
you have that information.
Yes.
So maybe we can do
Yeah,
that.
and we'll be having buddy days in the end of May. So we'll be able to give them that information then. So, because we also do play dates in August for the kindergarten. So they have that information, but we can also make sure they have the information about anything else going on at the school.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Good
so
night.
much. Yeah,
Where is that?
or is it that mic?
I'm gonna go unplug all the lights I can use.
Okay.
To fix that. I feel
Okay.
like that might be the issue, just maybe open lights right now.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so next up, we're at public comment. We're taking public comment in person and over Zoom. There's a sign-up sheet here in the room. I'm not sure if anyone signed up. For those on Zoom, if you wish to make a comment, please use the raise hand feature, and you can always submit a written public comment, which is equally part of the public record, and to do so, you email us at northampton-school-committee@northampton-k-12.us, and it'll be sent to all school committee members. Before you begin comment, please state your name or city or town for the public record. School committee does not respond during public comment, as it's the public's time to speak, so while your comments should be directed to the school committee, you'll understand when we don't respond to them. And there is a limit of 3 minutes per person unless language translation or accommodations for a speech-related disability have been arranged. And we'll use a timer to ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to speak. According to the rules of procedure, the school committee receives public comment for a maximum of 90 minutes, and we're beginning at 7:01. And Cassie, was there anyone on the sign-up sheet?
No.
No? Okay. And I am seeing no hands on Zoom. So, seeing no comment, we will move on to announcements by school committee members. Anyone have an announcement? Yes, member.
Thank you. I just wanted to note that the girls, I think it's the girls Ultimate Frisbee, made the nationals, and they do have a GoFundMe out for people to help just support their cause. I think they're trying to raise $25,000. I don't know what it's at right now, but just to bring that out to the public, and if people want to give, I think it would be great to support them.
Do you know where's nationals held?
It's Florida or something.
Oh, is
They
it?
said
I feel like it was
Is it
Like-
Midwest?
It was like in
I thought she said
Illinois or-
Florida. I don't know.
Maybe it was.
But I bought cookies.
Excellent, congratulations to them. That's
Yes.
amazing. Great. Member Agna.
I just wanted to remind everyone that the plant sale for NEF, and maybe that's what you're going to say, Margaret, because you're the liaison? Okay, so Saturday, May 11th, at 9 a.m., starting at Smith Vocational School, is the annual plant sale. And it is a big fundraiser, and I think most people know about it, but I just wanted to make sure that if you didn't know about it, you should go. It's great. And thank you, NEF, for all that you do for our schools.
Great, thank you. And, okay.
I hate making you say something again, Member Agna. NAS?
NEF, Northampton Education Foundation.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Member Miller.
I just wanted to, I'm not sure I'm doing it at the right time, but I just want to announce that the NEF is right now in the middle of debating and looking at all the applications for the small grants, and those decisions will come out fairly soon, but they're in the process right now of examining all of them. And so that'll be coming out fairly soon. That's it. Thank you. And second, by the way, the NEF plant sale. Thank you, Member Agna.
Thank you. Okay, Member Gazy.
Well, the NEF plant sale is marked in blood on my calendar. Well, not blood, whatever it is, that makes it important.
Okay.
But I wanted to talk about Northampton Bike to Work Week, which is next week. There's a bunch of different things offered on Tuesday, the 14th. There's a bike repair clinic at Forbes from 5 to 7. There's a community bike breakfast Wednesday at Pulaski Park from 7:30 to 9:30. There's bike yoga Saturday from 12 to 1 at the Sanctuary. And the Great Free Bike Ride Guided Tour is Sunday, 5/19, 11 to 1. But I don't know, I didn't write down where that starts. Yes?
No, it starts in the Roundhouse parking lot.
Oh, great.
Thank you.
Wheels roll at 11, and sign-ups ahead of time are helpful.
Thank you.
Can anyone speak to bike yoga a little bit more? Yeah. Because I'm.
Demonstrate.
I don't know.
Okay.
Can't imagine.
I guess you have to go to find out what that is or how it works. Great, thank you so much for that. Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes, I was also going to announce about Northampton Bike Week, so glad to know about that, but I am looking on here to see if there's any, on the website, to see if there's any more information about bike yoga.
Thank you.
No, it literally just says bike yoga. Anyway, the other announcement that I was going to make was just that, was it last night? Must have been last night, that the Western Mass, sorry, I have a very excited terrier who is being very rude. The Western Mass Area Labor Federation held a community meeting that was attended by over 100 people to talk about the kind of various issues surrounding the school budget. So if folks weren't able to attend that, then I'm sure there's you know, a neighbor or two of yours who did attend, so you could get that information.
Great, thank you. Okay, any other announcements? Seeing none, we'll move on to recommended actions. And I will read them and then ask if there are any removals, because there's no discussion on recommended actions. So first is, these are the minutes for approval, February 15th, 2024, the revised draft. And March 7th, 2024, full school committee, April 1st, 2024, full school committee meeting, and April 11th, 2024, full school committee meeting. And also a field trip. So this is Northampton High School to the Museum of Modern Art in New York. and this trip is for May 16th. And a donation for the Leeds fourth grade trip, which is to the Connecticut Science Museum. This is from the Leeds PTO, $2,246. Those are recommended actions. Any removals? Member Stein?
The April 11th, 2024 school committee meeting?
Okay. Member Seraphy Cox?
I had emailed some notes to Cassie. So Cassie, do I need to remove the notes for the dates that I had sent you the edits for?
It's for April 11th.
Oh, it was just for April 11th?
Yep.
I did it, and don't remember what I said. Okay, so then April 11th is perfect. Thanks.
Okay.
Yes, I have your comments, and I'll put them in an updated version if the committee so moves.
Okay.
Great.
If there are no further removals, is there a motion on recommended actions?
Move to accept.
I would move to approve the recommended actions.
Second.
With April 11th removed.
With April 11th removed. Thank you.
Motion made by Member Seraphy Cox, seconded by Member Hennessy. Roll call, please.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Hennessy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member LaBounty.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes?
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Gacy.
Yes.
Member Foster Cannon.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Okay, so then taking up the April 11, 2024 minutes. And Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes, I just had said that the discussion in section 12 needs a little more information. Because in that discussion, I had also asked for a discussion in the future of how we, as the school committee, were going to engage in advocacy to the state and federal governments. And of course, you know, that's on our agenda for this evening. This discussion was what led to tonight's agenda item. So just wanted section 12 to reflect that.
And you sent that sentence to Cassie already?
Yes. Was it adequate for you, Cassie?
It was perfect.
Great. Thank you. Member Stein, do you have an amendment?
I do. I'm just trying to locate the spot here, sorry. So it's under, where are we? It's item F, which is page 7, to approve the FY25 school budget. And it really just has to do with the summary. So unless I'm missing it, I don't see any account of the incident with the student and the conversation that was had. There's nothing about the response. I don't even see it summarized as a thing. So I would like it to reflect that. I'm happy to draft it or have you draft it. I can point you to the video where the.
If you have an amendment to add right now, please share it.
No, I don't have an amendment. It's a long thing to summarize, so I don't have it produced. I was only able to review it today.
Am I allowed to talk?
Sure.
Okay, I didn't include the piece about the adult because she hadn't, and maybe I was wrong, she was not at the podium and she hadn't been recognized by the chair.
That's true.
Yeah, so it's not actually that piece, it's the pointing out that the student was wrong and then the apology to the student, which I don't see in here. So that's the piece I'm looking to have reflected. And I can go back and look at it to see how to summarize that. I'm happy to send it to you.
So,
Yeah.
so we have one amendment, and actually, Member Seraphy Cox, you should probably make a motion to add that amendment to these minutes. Your sentence that you sent to Cassie already. Sorry.
Yeah, so I would make a motion to, no, wait, sorry. You're saying that I should make a motion to approve?
No, well,
even though,
you should, we need to have your amendments put into this, so you could make a motion to approve with your amendment. I just want to make sure your amendment gets, we should have.
right, well, I mean, Cassie already has it, so if we are requesting that she go back and add in the portion related to the student and Dr. Bonner's, statement afterwards, then Cassie could just add my piece when she's doing those edits, no?
Yeah, well, it's up to the committee whether they want to approve these minutes now or not.
Gotcha.
And whether they want to make amendments now or not.
I mean, my preference would be to see the revisions before we had approved it, because I don't have any text to present, so.
Generally, we bring amendments 2 minutes to the meeting.
Yeah. And I did not have time to draft them. I had time to review this all today. I didn't have time to draft or go back and look at the video and figure out how to summarize that this afternoon or in the time since we got the packet.
Okay, so again, it's up to the committee whether they want to move these tonight or postpone them till the next meeting. Someone could make a.
Member Seraphy, Member Seraphy Cox, can we hear your amendment? Like, do you have that? Yeah, or Cassie, could we hear that?
Yeah, it'll take me a minute to pull it up, but definitely.
Evidence should include that Cox, myself, asked for, we're going to engage in advocacy to the state and federal governments and asked for that to be a future agenda item. So do we need a motion to put it to, in the past, we haven't done a motion to table till the next meeting. The clerk has just taken it back, but it certainly would make sense to make a motion.
I think we should make a motion to decide whether we
Okay,
want to do that.
then I'll move to postpone or to table the April 11th minutes until the June meeting, and with suggestion to the clerk to add in the suggestion that I just read and the suggestion that Member Stein voiced earlier.
Second.
Motion been made by Member Seraphy Cox, seconded by Member Stein. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Roll call, please.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Hennessy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member LaBounty,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Member Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Foster Cannon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Okay. And will you be sending language to Cassie in the meantime?
I'm happy to do that or trust you to do it, however you prefer.
whichever way you think will be the best for expediting approval.
Yeah, I'm happy to do it, and then if you want to make edits, and then we can just bring it, yeah, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's the end of recommended actions. Moving on to reports and recommendations, and starting with the superintendent report. Dr. Barlow.
Okay, good evening to everyone. Just a reminder that this month is Asian and Pacific Islander American Heritage Month, and we have 78 students enrolled in our district who identify as Asian, which is about 2.7% of our student body. And then we have 3 staff members who also identify in this category out of 897 of our staff members. We celebrate the contributions to generations of Asian and Pacific Islanders who have enriched America's history and are instrumental in the nation's future success. Also this month, we celebrate and acknowledge the National Nurses Week that we are currently in, as well as Teacher Appreciation Week, showing much gratitude in celebration of teachers and the work that they do for the children in Northampton. Okay, the next piece is that I promised to share this data with you concerning discipline. Okay, give me a second. Get this on my screen. Give me just a second. Let me get this fully up. Okay. So there was a request to the school committee as well as the superintendent's office to begin to dive into our discipline data. It was a result of a grievance that was brought to us in the fall of 2023. And so just to kind of do this very quickly and to point out some factors is that this is just a snapshot of this year's data for our behaviors. And so out of all of, so far this year, we've had 305 incidents that occurred. And when I say incidents, that could be all kinds of behaviors in terms from skipping class to smoking, and so on. All those kinds of behaviors and incidents. And it doesn't necessarily mean that it was 305 students. It could have been, it's just the incident itself that's counted. And so of those 305 incidents, it resulted in 103 suspensions, and that could have been in-school suspension or out-of-school suspension. And so what I've done is to highlight 2 of our cohorts that disproportionately seem to have a significant number of incidences based in terms of looking at the entire student body. And so students with IEPs, you notice that there are more incidents that have occurred that resulted in a higher number of suspensions based upon looking at other populations that I've pointed out in this group. And then also the Latino cohort as well, you can see that as well. And just so that you know, in terms of our demographics, what we are talking about in terms of, we're looking at a population of 2,530 students, the percentiles that go in terms of the demographics of the different cohort groups. And so we see that disproportionately the number of incidents and suspensions numbers are high for students with IEPs. This is an area that we need to address as to looking at alternatives to suspensions, identifying the prevailing behaviors that can be addressed to prevent exclusion and/or disciplinary measures. And then impact of this on the students' academic performance. As you know, as we are going through the strategic planning process, that some of the problems that we identified deals with this particular cohort. And I know that Gwen will share a little bit this evening about the strategic planning process. And then also looking at our policies and our practices that are contributing to the disproportionality. Check the severity in terms of how many days are we actually assigning these students in terms of being suspended? Is there harsher discipline that's being applied? And then are there influential factors that determines the severity? So for instance, the teacher and student relationship. So some factors to consider. And then just to also point out that we do have school interventions that are built in place to really help us work with students that are exhibiting behaviors. So for instance, our social emotional learning curriculum that's throughout, particularly the grades K through 8, addressing culturally other factors that may increase the likelihood of discipline incidents. So more culturally responsive instruction, still working on that component there. Reteaching expectations in terms of what we expect and how you should behave. Self-management and executive functioning skills. And then restorative practices that includes restorative circles, mediation, and so on. Agreements as to how conflicts are resolved in the district, and fairness in discretionary applications of the discipline itself. So I just wanted to share that overview of where we are for this school year. And this is, of course, this information will change as we finish our final 20 plus days. And that is all I have for you all this evening. I'm sharing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions or comments?
Dr. Bond, I really appreciate that data. I think it's really important, obviously, to look at. I'm just curious, this was K through 12, and was most of the discipline middle
Middle
high?
and high school.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Very few incidents at the elementary level.
Anyone else?
Yeah, thank you for sharing this. And, you know, it's interesting bringing this back to the one thing we hear in the student updates repeatedly is about, you know, challenges with the bathrooms and how that's impacting the entire student body. And there probably isn't an answer yet as the data gets dove into and policies are developed. But I'm curious how some of this maybe, you know, if we're identifying that students on IEPs are disproportionately, you know, involved in incidents, that there are incidents we know, for example, smoking and that sort of thing, that's impacting the student population. But then, of course, as the students get older, there's the challenge of buy-in. So there's the consequences all day long, but how is the buy-in for changing behavior? And maybe if you could just speak a little bit more to the implementation of restorative practices and kind of where that's at and what the intentions are, I would find that really helpful. Not part of it. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So I know that the restorative practices is something that this district has been talking about for now a year, and now this is the second. And so literally we are at step 1 in terms of our implementation of those practices. Mm-hmm. We do have some staff members who are trained in mediation and circles. And we are just at the surface in terms of our understanding of how we can utilize these practices. And so we have, there's 2 pieces. We have a partnership that started last school year, with a community organization, collaborative, and it's not CES, but it's another collaborative, that have been meeting monthly with all stakeholder groups that come together to actually do restorative circles and talk about what or how can we impact the schools to bring these practices in. That's one fold. And then we also have partnered with not really partnered, but we are taking training through the University of Suffolk right now, who are working with a group of 20 of our educators, and we have it so that there are people coming from each of the buildings to be trained, so that next year, trainers of trainers, that we can then implement this at a fuller level. And there's, again, as I said, twofold, meaning that first, we all need to have a consensus and an understanding of what restorative practices are, and that how we view it in this district and how we value it. And that's one layer, but then we also need people who are trained to actually administer some of the practices. And so we're working on that layer. And so people have to feel a comfort level in order to engage in these practices. That's the other piece. So we're looking at a long term of how we're rolling this out and being consistent in how we are training staff, also giving staff a choice of whether they want to go into a deeper training after we give them that surface view of and an understanding, so that we can speak that common language throughout the district. And also push this out to our caregivers and our students. At the middle school and high school level, should be the students who are running these particularly restorative circles. They're the ones who actually facilitate. So we have to first we have to have an understanding, and then we have to know the practices and implement those practices, but then we need to also train our students to be able to run those practices. I will say that middle school has been engaging in some of these. We have one of our guidance counselors who's pretty gifted in training and doing that. The high school, they also, our adjustment counselors will facilitate some of those practices. Jackson Street School is another example, and Leeds School is also another example that utilizes some of these practices already. So we, as we say, we're like at step one, but we are looking that within 3 years that this will be part of the culture of our school system in terms of restorative practices. Now, I say that with a caution because there are some things which we will learn tonight in our policies and our statutes, that there are some things that we will have to use the discipline that's given to us in those statutes. But the statute itself says that look for the alternative first before that exclusion. So I know that when we start to get into some of our conversations about the policies that you are reading tonight, one of the pieces is on discipline, so you will see that. So hopefully I answered that. I know that was long, I'm sorry. I haven't spoken at all tonight.
Thank you. Member Agna.
I have two questions. One is about the Family Engagement Department and whether there is a possibility, unless it's already happened, to have a family a night or event around what constitutes discipline and the ways that students have a chance to succeed, but what happens when they've broached one of the rules of the school, just sort of, because I know that there's a cultural aspect to this in terms of the Latinx population. And my second question is, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, Josh, but I wonder how many of the discipline events or incidents resulted in a manifestation hearing that we have pushed it to the limit as far as those who are on IEPs. I'm kind of shocked that there are that many that were on IEPs that we have that incident number, and I'm sorry, my brain is so fogged in. But I hope you understand, I'm not trying to criticize, but just sort of get a picture of what it is and how far we are in the legal sense as far as excluding students on IEPs.
Josh, before you deal with the second statement, because I'm going to give that all to you. The first one, Member Agna, thank you for pointing out trying to provide something for our parents, for our caregivers. I was in conversation with someone on the leadership team talking about that next year. What I would like to do is to kind of have a series of different workshops and help sessions or webinars around some different things that would be of interest to caregivers. And so that could be one of the pieces that we include. So thank you for that. And so Josh, I'm going to turn it over to you to discuss that second question. He's unmute, he's there.
There he is.
He's there.
Member Agnew, can you just repeat what the second question is? Your second question is?
I was just wondering, Josh, when I saw the number of students who had incidents, and they're the highest number is those around IEPs, how many of those ended up pushing all the way to the 10 days and having to have a hearing for those students? And, you know, I don't want to put you on the spot to have the actual number, but.
Nope. Just give me 1 second to think. About 4 students, district-wide.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Josh. Member Miller.
Sorry. Actually, it's first a comment that I'm very glad to hear about the expansion of training in restorative practices, because it seems to me that many offenses might be dealt with that way. And it might help to postpone getting to the very end where you have to suspend someone, including even incidents of quote, bullying or that kind of thing, where things can be worked on. And I'm also glad to have caretakers presented with options that can be used with students so that they don't get to that end point. I'm also kind of curious about when the data about the suspensions, if we have anything per school, so that we have a sense of how many of these things happen at which schools. That's just something I'm curious about. That's it.
Okay, Member Miller, if I can quickly, overall, I can tell you that majority of the incidents, of course, occurred at Northampton High School, being the large, and the second would be JFK, which is 123. For the elementaries, Bridge Street 4, Leeds 4, Jackson Street 2, Ryan Road 1. And so that's what's in the count in terms of incidents. In terms of suspensions, the middle school had a total of 36. Now, that could be in school or out of school. The high school had a total of 62, Bridge Street 2, Ryan Road 1. So that's what I'm seeing right now in our data that's in Open Architect.
62, wow.
At the high school. And so remember, it's the behaviors, so majority of that is in-school suspension. There's only 17 that are, wait, excuse me, I just reversed that. So there's 17 that's in school, and there are 45 that are out of school. So that gives you a total of 62 suspensions.
Seems to me like many, I just would be really interested in knowing how many could be dealt with the restorative practices and preventing loss of learning.
Okay, thank you. Member Stein.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that we're making some progress and we have a plan, which I'm really excited about. It's been a lot of years of us appropriating a little money, not spending it, fits and starts trying to get here. So it's nice that we're kind of getting here. I just wanted to emphasize something that's been said already and make a suggestion. And that is just like how central creating a culture in which restorative practices can be effective is. And we can train a lot of teachers in how to do it, but if the culture of the school that's experienced by the children isn't a safe place, or the expectations are not mapped onto that, it's not very effective. So I just want to emphasize how important building that culture is. And I also want to suggest, especially for the high school and the junior high, that we think about engaging with the local trainers in Holyoke from Palante Transformative Justice that came out of student efforts that created the restorative practices at Holyoke High School and has become its own nonprofit, includes student leaders that participate in these trainings. And that might be a really effective way to engage our students, student to student, in what the culture could look like, or how they could build it. So just a suggestion to think about as we get further along. And yeah, I'm really happy that there's some movement.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? All right, thank you. Moving on to Bobby's report. And where's Bob? No, I saw her. Oh, there she is. Can you not unmute? There you go. Hi, Bobby.
Okay, good. Thank you. Hi, everybody. My monthly expenditure report is in your packet. I reviewed it at the last meeting, and I'll review the final at either the August or September meeting. It does take time to close out the year, so I'd like to get everything in, and then I'll report on it in full. My report's in the packet, and the warrants have been signed off by Member Agna. Those are also in your packet. So that is all I have, unless anybody has any questions for me.
Anyone have questions for Bobby? Member Stein.
Yeah, Bobby, just one question. I looked at the summary line here, so I'm trying to pull it up again. And if my memory is right, it looks like when it's totaled up, the bottom of page 19, we're at like 66 point something %. And I'm just curious, right, from, and obviously this is a lot of different categories, some that are over, some that are under. A lot of them are, salary yet to be spent, right? So I'm just wondering if you have a sense of like where we're tracking in terms of the target, right? Are we coming in a little bit light? Are we coming in over? Like, do you have any sense yet of what it's going to look like?
Yeah, my sense right now is that we're coming in pretty close to expending our entire budget. I have to do the final evaluation on the payroll. Sound like a broken record because the payroll's not encumbered. So, but my sense right now, after having reviewed it for the last, or the end of the third quarter, is that we're really close. We'll probably have a little bit remaining that we could put into the school choice fund. But I don't think there's going to be an extraordinary amount.
Great, thanks.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Bobby? Okay, thanks, Bobby. That brings us down to curriculum subcommittee and Member Agna.
Hi, we don't have a report for this month. We will be meeting next month, and I will have a report then. Thank you.
Great, thanks. NEF and Member Miller, any report? Can you not mute? Unmute? There you go.
Yep, okay. So, as I had said earlier, the NEF is actually at the moment looking at examining all the applications for the grants, and that meeting is coming up on Monday. So they'll be deliberating on the applications, and depending on their budget, which ones they can fund, and that information will come out fairly soon. The other thing the NEF is planning is, well, first of all, the plant sale, which is something you should all attend. And then working on also towards the end of the year, I mean, not end of the calendar year, but end of the school year, an event at the Center for the Arts that they're working on too. So they're ongoing fundraising, obviously, and the book donations, and that's about it right now.
Great, thank you. Okay, rules and policy. You own almost all the new business, but.
Yes, so that's where I'll do my report.
Great, thank you. Superintendent Evaluation Subcommittee, Member Agna.
Great, thank you. And I would welcome any input from my colleagues who are Member Hennessy and Member Miller. We have met and we have begun the process of the yearly evaluation for the superintendent, and just to let the public know that we're in the process now. And we will be soliciting information and feedback through a process that will be centered on a questionnaire. So we have looked at various questionnaires, including the past from the past superintendent, as well as a more current one that is being used that's approved by DESE. And we are going to be meeting at least 2 more times this month to have working sessions to put all of the superintendent's goals and her evidence and the activities that she's done during this first year of her tenure. This is the process that is done very standardly, I guess that's the word, by the school committee for a superintendent. And we will hopefully get our questionnaire in to a form for all of the school committee to have, and to have enough time to give their input, because that will be very important, as well as the public, so that we can write a summary report and do the ratings as we are obligated to do. Our timeline at this point is to get from Dr. Bonner the final evidence and feedback from her on her goals and achievements by June, and then we will work on a summary based on that and the feedback that we've received, and we'll do our report of her evaluation at our August meeting. And I want to thank Dr. Bonner for her very organized way of putting together a folder that allows us to have all of it in one place that we can review. And if we have questions, we will ask her in the next 2 to 3 meetings. And so that's where we are at this point. I don't know if there's anything you'd like to add, Member Hennessy or Member Miller.
I think quickly.
One thing I would add is that once we get a questionnaire out to all of you, we would really appreciate you filling them out and getting them back to us as soon as you can. That's all.
Thank you, Member Hennessy.
Well, to add to that, we're going to give you time to be thoughtful about that. But the other thing, just to remind people, I know I'm a new member too, but new members, in the fall, the school committee approved Dr. Bonner's goals. And so just to know that as part of the process. And you'll be able to comment in this form on her standards as well.
Yeah. And I would encourage you, because Dr. Bonner has shared it again with everyone, to make sure that you are familiar with it before you start to do your own evaluation in the form of that questionnaire. Okay. Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, Member Foster Cannon does.
Just to your point, Member Agna, just to make it like rock solid, is it possible when that questionnaire comes out that you also include the list of, I have seen them, I've read them, I know I have access to them, but then it's like just all together. Amazing.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can reshare her folder. at the same time that we send you the questionnaire.
Great, thank you. Member Stein.
Too much time on Zoom. I keep trying to unmute myself, even though here I'm not supposed to. I don't need an answer now, but just a suggestion to think about for the evaluation committee. And over a number of years, there was a lot of conversation about what can and cannot be included in the review, how tightly they are restricted to goals, et cetera. Member, Dina, Member Levy in the past was doing some research on this. I would just ask that the committee, when they send us the forms, could communicate with us their understanding of how they think we should look at these when we fill out our evaluation. So just, I know at one point it was very narrowly restricted to the specific goals. Other views on this are broader. Just what does the community, what does the committee see as the right approach for the committee members to provide feedback? I don't need an answer now, just food for thought when you send it out for us.
Okay, great, thank you. Any other comments, questions? Okay, I'm going to send it right back to you, Member Agna, on strategic planning.
Great, thank you. I would first like to call your attention to the newsletter of, it was March, I believe, that the superintendent laid out a pretty extensive report on the strategic plan process, which I appreciated, and I have reviewed again just to make sure. And I know that if you are receiving the newsletter and you've probably read it, I don't want to repeat all of it, but I did want to highlight a few things that I know are happening, and also that the superintendent did put in her newsletter, that there's been a total of 149 community members that responded to the online survey, and I think that might still be, there still may be some more, 97 staff and 80 students. There were hard copies given, and there were copies given also in Spanish. The leadership team, which is different from the leadership planning team, is made up of administrators, and they began reviewing the responses. And we were presented with 4 problems as a result of reviewing some of the district data that happened in our process. There are 4 problems, and I don't want to repeat everything, but I would refer you to the newsletter because it does have all the 4 problems listed that we are looking at as a strategic plan team and as the leadership team also. I will just give you a report of what it's like to be on the team, and also my feedback as far as the process. It's been a very interesting journey since January. We are led by Albert Johnson Musad from the Collaborative. I think our group represents the city, which is very interesting to have so many people at the table. We have members and department heads from the Climate Action, the Climate Committee, the Central Services, the Planning Department. We have the superintendent and the mayor, and we have community members. We have 3 teachers and 2 principals, and myself as a member representing the school committee. It's a fairly large committee, given the task of doing it in the process, but it also, I feel that everybody at the table has a different perspective about what our community is about and how we want to go about visioning what's going to happen in our schools. We have spent it sort of in a workshop organization at this point, because we are going through all of the survey responses, and there are many. I mean, I think if you think of 149 community members, those are individuals, but they all had opinions about the questions that we're asked to reflect on. So I would say that the volume of data that we are that we are looking at is pretty significant. We meet for 3.5 hours, and we've managed to get through the 3 different questions that were asked on the survey. As far as summarizing those, I think what I commented at our last meeting that was very affirming, I said, was that the problems that we are looking at, as well as the questions, have a sort of a 360 aspect to them, so that all the problems and the feedback that we've gotten from the different constituents seem to be circling around very similar themes. People have very different opinions, you can imagine, in Northampton, very, very different opinions about how we should go forward, but they all are engaged and have many great ideas that we will be parsing out. And as part of this, also, there will be focus groups, so that there will be other ways to gather data. But at this point, our task is to try to put together all of this survey data and put it into a form that will be a report. I know there's buzz out there about the process and whether it's valid or not. I mean, I am not going to be here tonight to defend it, but I am going to say that it's a very engaging process, and it is one that I think will result in some good visioning and good imagining what's going to happen in our schools. And we know that some things are going to be significantly changed in the future, in our next 5 years. It is a 5-year plan. So that's it, and I really would refer you to, if you want more details about what the problems are and what the underlying purpose is, it's in the newsletter that Dr. Bonner put together for March.
Great, thank you. Member Stein.
Thank you, Member Agnew, for the update, getting some insight. I have a few questions about it. I was able to pull up the March newsletter and see the 4 things that are identified, which are very interesting to see, and I'm glad you're all looking at those problems. I guess what I wanted to suggest is that, as a committee, we've been talking about the strategic plan as the thing that's going to help us figure out our long-term budget solution, and there's a certain perception in the community that this plan is going to do that, including in terms of our infrastructure. And there's none of that in that March newsletter. And I know we had talked about, as a body, having a more refined conversation amongst ourselves at the last meeting or the meeting before about what we are doing with this and what role it will play in those respects. So I think we need to be really clear with everyone in the public of what the limits of it are. The other thing I would be interested in hearing is, this still gets back to the problem of the survey, right? Relatively small amount of participants based on the population, and it sounds like a very laborious interpretive act to summarize because it's sort of open-ended questions, right? And then how do you take 147 responses that are open-ended, distill them in a way that, it sounds exhausting. So I wonder if you could share a bit about the interpretive framework you're using to summarize these and categorize them and group them, and how that will be seen in the report. And then also if the actual submissions will be made available. Like usually when you have a survey, we have some of the raw data. In this case, all of the raw data is these narrative pieces. So will that be made available with the report?
To answer your question about how we are assembling the data, we are doing it very laboriously, you're right, but it is also, I think, probably the only way that can be done in terms of the kind of data that we're looking at. So we're in small groups working together to look for common themes. So we have highlighters, and we have a lot of discussion. And we are able to glean from that common themes that we pull out. And that's, that's what we're doing as far as the data that we have. It's not, I'm not one that has done a lot of psychometrics, but I think that this is a very narrative approach for sure, and the data is not one that you can categorize at this point, but that's the process that we're using right now. What was your other question? I'm sorry.
That's okay. It was about sort of the conversation we had before about the budget pieces and the infrastructure
Oh, right.
pieces.
Right.
That sort of weren't in the March newsletter, so I'm wondering if you could talk about how those
Yeah.
are. Yeah.
My sense, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Bonner also, who's there. There aren't no one else here is in the strategic planning team at this point, but my sense is that the budget is going to be after we assemble everybody's sense of the values and the hopes and dreams kind of thing, the direction for our city. It's just started in January, and I don't envision that we can get by June to have very specifics about how this is going to turn into budget recommendations. But maybe I don't know if I'm correct in analyzing it that way. And I'm welcome, Dr. Bonner, if you have any input to that.
For the members, if you're looking at the March newsletter information, that was prior to us actually going and reviewing the survey results. So you will not see any themes listed at that point in time. We just finished doing that work, and so those of you, and I know many of you have some the social science backgrounds, that you know that qualitatively when you're going through this process and you're identifying common themes, the next meeting that we have will be discussing the common themes that we pulled out after reviewing the responses to the 3 questions. And then from that, we will also go a little deeper. We've already pointed out some root causes, root analysis, in terms of going a little deeper as to why are these the issues that we want to focus on. So right now I know that there are probably about 30 or 40 different common themes that we have pulled out as different groups were working on the processes. And so the next steps is to talk about those themes and to prioritize those themes in terms of what do we know that we can control, and then those will be the foci for us moving forward to do the action planning. So we are at the point now where we're having the conversations about the themes. And so my next newsletter, once we prioritize that, I will share that information, but I can't share it until we've identified it.
Thank you. If I could also add that the part that I didn't add to what I see as a 360 that's going around is that analysis that we've done, or that the leadership team has done, which is really an interesting understanding of why it is that the problems are what we see as problems in our district. And it has to do with academics, it has to do with declining enrollment, it has to do with social emotional learning. All of those aspects have been put to a root cause analysis exercise. And, again, I feel this is very, very valid in terms of how we're approaching this, and probably will be very helpful to our schools in terms of trying to set direction for that. And the other thing, I don't know that the budget is going to be something that we tackle per se in the leadership, the strategic planning process. That would be something that I think we would have to look at after we've done the analysis of our data and are making some recommendations.
I just had one follow-up, and I guess it's one would be, like, I know there's been a lot of talk about building consolidation, and that was something that's going to be talked about during the plan. So and that people are expecting this sort of conversation. So if that is the case, I think we should be clear that we're going to do it and how we're going to do it. Not the actual consolidation, but how we're going to study the problem and make a determination or a recommendation. And that's obviously bound up with many budgetary questions that would have to be brought to bear on it. But the other thing I want to ask is, what's the sense of when there will be additional opportunities for the public to participate? And what we've seen so far, it seems that, I know you mentioned other focus groups, but when are those going to happen? Who's going to be invited? How will student input be taken? How will greater caregiver input be taken? How will different interest groups in the town be taken? Because it's a very small response rate. And I appreciate all the work that's been put into it to try to figure out how to make sense of it. But if it's going to be our sole thing, I'm very concerned. It privileges people that can do that type of exercise and have the time and the ability to write in that way. And I'm concerned that if that's our main data set, we're missing stuff. So I'm hoping we're going to do some other things. I just really, really hope that happens.
So again, just to point out, and this is a process, and so there will be a document, and as I pointed out at the beginning of this process, is that when we have that document, that, again, the document will be shared with the community members, and we will do focus groups, and so that will be done by caregivers, that'll be done by student groups, so it will be another opportunity for the community to respond to the direction before I bring it to this body for the vote. And so there will be opportunity for community input for those who may not have had an opportunity to complete the surveys online.
Member Miller.
I just wanted to say, first of all, if it's qualitative information that you guys are analyzing, it's going to take a long time. And it's much more difficult to condense and codify and things like that. But I also my thought was that it's going to take a lot of information gathering of opinions and thoughts and different ideas before you even get to the point of how do we solve some of these problems, which would, to me, involve financing and budget. But that's not yet. That's first you've got to find out what people think about all of it before you even get to how we're going to solve it. Mm-hmm. So I just think that would come much later. And I think that the one question that Member Stein asked that I just want to emphasize is, can you, Dr. Bonner, can you just remind me, because I may have missed it, how are students giving their input?
Okay.
That's my question.
So the initial survey went to all stakeholder groups, and so one of the stakeholder groups were students. And I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I think we had a good, well, it was about 80 or so
I read them.
students.
There was a lot of them.
There was quite a few. And it wasn't just it was mainly high school students. However, I do know that particularly at Lead School, because the principal serves on the leadership committee, is that she did she polled her 5th grade students. So there is some input. And so, again, we are actually at the point where we have gotten beyond the hump of that information gathering and reviewing the surveys. That was the January through now, through May. And so when we reconvene later this month, the conversations will be about all the themes that we identified as we reviewed those responses. And, you know, we have over 20 people who are participating on this committee, so we were able to really divide up the responses so that we could tackle that. And it's just amazing how some of the themes that each of the groups have pulled out, that they're connected. They're not just random components. And there was the conversation about, you know, tackling our budget issues. So it's not necessarily budget, but it's looking at how we could be more responsible fiscally in terms of the things that we're doing in district looking at the declining enrollment. So then our action steps after we identify this, the next steps would be putting something in place to look at the consolidation of schools or to look at our buildings. And there's another thing that surfaced out there too. It's not just dealing with declining enrollment, but looking at the healthiness, wellness of our buildings to make them more green. So there's all these things that are coming out that we will, consider. First, we've got to prioritize because we can't do everything, but prioritize what we're going to tackle in the next 5 years. And then once we've identified those, the next steps will be the action planning component. And then we'll go out to the community to say, these are the items that we have as a committee see from the responses where we want to focus in on the next 5 years. We're action planning. And the nice thing about strategic planning is that you pull goals that you work on for each year, and those goals can expand the way that you actionably address those goals. As long as you are monitoring your implementation of those goals and those actions and making sure and going back and saying, oh, maybe we need to do this. It's a living document. And so people need to understand that there is that breadth within the strategic planning process.
If I may add to that, I did look it up. It is 80 students that responded. I think, I guess Member Stein is not in the building right now, but I just wanted to re-emphasize the fact that there are more steps that will happen as far as soliciting input from our community. And I think once we have some of the items that we're looking at that we think are the universal items, I have a feeling that people will join us in neighborhood meetings or coffee meetings or going into neighborhoods and talking. It really will be an organic and grassroots event to gather the information that we need. We have to have stakeholders understand what's going on and also have a voice.
Thank you. Everyone all set?
Yeah, my question is.
Great. Okay. There's nothing further
Thank you.
on that. We will move on to CPAC and Member Gazy. If you have anything.
Yes, we're looking forward to the CPAC Awards, the annual celebration of teachers who have been nominated by their students or families. The awards will be on May 30th. You can still get nominations in. May 30th, 5:30 JFK. Let me get that whole piece together. If you want to make a nomination, the flyer is on Parent Square, or anyone can email northamptoncpac@gmail.com to receive it. The IEP training that we had for the new IEP that will be implemented this coming September was recorded. That was, I think, April 29th. And CPAC will make that recording available to people who weren't able to attend as soon as they receive it. The IEP training will also be offered again on Zoom in the fall as the district begins rolling out the new forms. This next general meeting for CPAC, it's monthly, is open to everybody, and that's will be on Zoom on May 20th, starting at 6 p.m. It's the general meeting from 6 to 7, and then from 7 to 8, it's a meeting, the Caregivers Connections for caregivers of kids with disabilities, just chatting. One last thing is that the DESE tiered focus monitoring is happening this month, and all caregivers in special ed can give feedback through individual surveys they have received in the last few weeks. That's my report.
Okay. So that brings us to new business, and in first reading, we have two policies. So this is policy AC, the non-discrimination policy, and ACR, non-discrimination regulations.
Okay. Because of the DESI sort of sped audit that is going on, we have to correct, update, and coordinate our policies. There is language that defines the class of people. AC is our non-discrimination policy, and I could probably.
AC-R.
Well, yeah, I'm going to do a whole bunch of these because we have to do, let me see, where's share my screen? Share screen. Oh, I'm disabled again because I fell off, Cassie. If you can make me.
Can you make her a co-host?
Make me co-host again. I got booted off and had to come on because I wasn't plugged in.
Come on, there you are. Sorry, there you go.
Okay, so share screen. Here we go. So, as you can see, highlighted in yellow, there is the definition of bias and discrimination, which had to match federal policy, state policy, DESI demands, and so it was vetted. This particular language that we are inserting was vetted by DESI and our special education attorney, and I think that MASC is going to use our little very wordy template as part of their new recommendations. So for any reason, it's the same, this first highlighting, which is the vetted language, appears twice in this policy, 3 times, every time you get to it. So that's one policy that we have to do the language, then to coordinate it. The next one, is this on your screen, the non-discrimination policy, ACR, has again, highlighted in yellow, that same language, and I believe that's all she wrote on that one. There is ACF, which is protections from discriminatory bias. There it is, the same language that we have to put in there. And that's all of the changes, I believe, in that one. Just except for the updated. The next one is the bullying and prevention plan that has to be updated, and I believe that that one, we voted last time or recently to review and update the bullying policy, and so here is the 23 policy, we have to update it. There is the language that we have to put in to update that policy that way. And then there is this ACF? No, here's ACF. ACF, protections from discriminatory bias, has down here, I believe, end of policy, implementation, where is it? Isn't it in here somewhere, findings of a bias? Did I miss it up at the top?
So,
Hold on. What is a bias incident, the policy? oh, I can't remember where we put this in.
Oh, is it right? What is a bias incident, right there?
Yeah,
see that.
what is
Top
a
right
bias
there. Yep.
incident?
It's just not highlighted.
Or district policy, and we have to, that piece has to be, have the new language, that same large paragraph placed in there.
So is it placed in there already, or we need to add it in there? Is it in there and just not highlighted?
It's not in there, I don't think, in this one, so, we could do a little cut and paste to put that in, or we can, it is in, what paragraph was that in? It was way at the top.
That was
What is a bias incident?
Yeah.
Here, on page 2, what is a bias incident? We need to put in that same paragraph about people based on their bloody, by law or district policy, that thing.
Okay.
to replace that.
To replace that with that same wording.
That's in the others that is highlighted.
That is in the others that is highlighted. So we should make a note, Cassie, that on ACF.
Page 2, what is a bias incident?
Yes, I believe the version that's linked to the agenda has highlights.
Oh, did I go to the
And has
wrong
it
one?
been, and has the correct language in there? Correct. Terrific, okay.
I'm sorry, I thought I had opened that link, but there's all sorts of, so,
Yep, there it is.
okay.
It's
highlighted.
It's in a different, it needs to be in 2 places. So it needs to be in that first paragraph and then on page 2 in the paragraph under what is a bias
It was
incident.
corrected, that's why it was like.
Terrific.
So the code of conduct, that's the first step that involves all the paragraphs, right? Before we get to
I can share with that, so if you wanted
Yeah.
to do the policies for first read, and then the bullying prevention plan
Yep.
has to be an actual vote.
Okay. So what I would propose, am I allowed to make that motion?
You certainly may.
I would like to make a motion to send to, we don't have to make a motion for first read, do we? No.
No.
No. So unless you've got feedback on AC, ACR, ACF,
That's it.
that's it.
Okay.
Those 3 just get that updated language
Okay, so let's,
and move to, and go back to rules and policy to prepare for second reading.
okay. I see that Member Seraphy Cox's hand is up, so let's see if he has anything before we
Yeah.
off those.
Yeah, thanks. I don't have any feedback about the policies themselves, and perhaps this is a snarky comment, but I'm just curious if MASC is going to reimburse us at all for our legal fees for the definition that they are using from us.
Well, we don't know for sure yet, but that's the scuttlebutt. That would be a great idea.
That's funny.
Excellent comment.
So does anybody want to second my motion? Oh, I don't have to make
So
that
any
second.
other discussion on these before we send them back to rules and policy? Okay.
Okay.
Seeing none, great.
Great.
And then, do you, for the bullying and prevention plan, may we discuss that prior to, I'll make a motion that we amend the bullying and prevention plan to, having reviewed it for another year, and update it by adding the vetted language.
Okay, so this is item D on the agenda, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And we didn't, so just, if anyone's following along, have we done
No.
B?
We haven't done the code of conduct stuff.
We haven't done B, we haven't done
Or
C, we're
C.
moving to D,
Right,
and then we'll go back up to B?
yes,
Okey dokey.
yes,
So item D, annual review and vote, bullying prevention and intervention plan.
yes, I make a motion for that. And I didn't know if anybody wants to second that, and we can discuss it before taking a vote.
I'll
Okay.
second it.
So the motion's been made by Member Gazy, so this is to move to review and approve the bullying prevention and intervention plan?
The annual update.
Okay, and seconded by Member Davis. Okay. So, go ahead.
Oh, the roll call vote, right?
Oh, is there any discussion on this item? So we've reviewed it and we're approving it. Got it? Okay. And Member Seraphy Cox, your hand is not up again, is it?
No, so sorry. Let me take that down for you. Although I will maybe just say that I am so glad that we are actually reviewing this on an annual basis now, because we were supposed to be reviewing it before and it had been quite a few years. So glad to have it being refreshed.
Great, thank you. Okay, no further discussion, then roll call, please, Cassie.
Yes. Member Hennessy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member LaBounty?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Gazy?
Yes,
Member Foster Cannon?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Great. Okay, then are we moving back up to B?
now we are moving back up to the Code of Conduct, item B, and I'd like to, because there's a couple of places, I have them keyed up, the places where we're just making, and then you can do the rest of the
Okay.
description.
Okay.
So if I am still sharing my screen on the Code of Conduct, which page is this?
You want to go to page 21 first.
Yes, page 21. Where is
And
my?
hopefully it's the one that's in your, are you in the one that's linked to the agenda because it's
Yes,
highlighted?
I
Excellent.
believe so. Oh, sorry, I
put
hope
your-
I'm not making you seasick.
You can,
I know, I just have to then, like, I gotta click over here because that's in the way. I can't see where it is.
okay.
There.
Oh, yeah.
This one is 23, 26, 24, 23, here. So highlighted in green on pages 22 and 23 is that same paragraph. So that's one place that we have to do it in the Code of Conduct. And then on page,
Wait, Holly, I need you to go to page 21 because there's a Title IX.
oh, yes. 21.
It was just you're too far in now, are you? I can't.
This is page 20, that's 22. So this is,
Yeah, it's one page up. Okay, so the next page. Keep going.
this one? This
It's
one?
just above that. It's kind of off.
Yeah,
So there's, okay.
where is it?
Here we go. No, no.
Why don't you share your screen if you've got
No,
it up?
no, I don't have it up. So
Okay.
just to let you know, on page 21, where it talks about the Title IX coordinator, so that has to be updated with the correct information. Lisa Saffron has left the district, so that, we've had two people in there since then. So we need to update that information to read correctly for that. And then there was some updating in terms of the internal complaints and so on. So, but it was definitely the Title IX information, which we've been updating on some other previous policies that we brought before you. So we want to we're starting to get things ready for the next school year, but also for our tiered focus monitoring that's going to be occurring next week, or week after next.
Okay. The one that I have posted up on my screen here, which is page 72, we don't have it highlighted, but here's the piece that needs to have the paragraph right there on page 72, under the definition of harassment. So that's those two pieces. And then we get to, so do we have to vote on those, or?
So let's finish making sure we have all that, because we have Appendix D and E.
Okay.
That also have to be updated.
Yes, I've got it, Appendix E up here.
Which is the physical restraint.
Restraint, which goes with that one.
That, Holly, hold on, so.
So you want to do that?
Okay, so if everyone is looking at the Appendix E, this physical restraint and behavioral piece, this is actually the policy that you currently have that's called JKB. That has been completely revamped by our attorney and DESE, so it's been updated with the new language. And you will also have this conversation in the first read for the policy itself.
Yes.
So, I don't know which one this is. So, Cassie, is this the correct one that we uploaded to the link that she's showing on the screen right now?
No, I don't think so.
If it doesn't come off the agenda, I can't attest to
Yeah,
its
it has to be
accuracy.
on the agenda to
I
make sure we have
think-
the right one.
I think that is the physical restraint one here.
Yes, and so the
this is
language-
the new one.
Yes.
That is the old one, the one that's in the one that's in our current code of conduct is JKB. We have renamed it JKAA because that corresponds with the MASC policy, and I don't know how we got different numbers, but we did. So this is the revised version of, it wasn't done by the.
It's not MASC. This was our attorneys. and
No,
DESE.
it wasn't, this stuff wasn't written
No.
by the rules and policy. It was written by the attorney.
Correct. It's been vetted by DESE, and our attorney, Shay, has reviewed this, working with our Director of Student Services, Josh Dixon.
So with that, we are looking, that's a first reading.
That will be, so there's multiple things going on. I hopefully that you guys are not confused. I apologize. So there are policies which we should have done first that are going to be put in the code of conduct. And so the code of conduct is literally just giving me permission to update the code of conduct to be ready for not only our review this coming week, but also for next school year. And so this is an actual policy that you're going to have your first read this evening that pertains to physical restraint and behavior support. And so this would actually be our Appendix E in the Code of Conduct. There's another policy that you're also going to look at that deals with discipline that will replace the Appendix D. That was also written and vetted by our attorney, Colleen Shea, as well as DESE, and working with our director, Josh Dixon. So not to confuse you, maybe you might want to pause on this and take a look at the read those policies, and then come back and note that those policies are then going to be updated in the Code of Conduct. Is that a little bit better? Because I know we're going back and forth. It's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot.
But by when do you need?
So we need you to say first read, and luckily we can use our agendas to show proof that you are updating your policies. And then in terms of the Code of Conduct, we're not reprinting that until, but it needs to be in draft form so that when they come in, they can see that we're updating our policies, the draft. And so it'll be released for the next school year. And so Josh, do you want to speak very quickly on making sure I covered that? If you don't mind.
There you go, Josh.
There, that's the. I should unshare my
Sure.
screen.
Dr. Bonner, I would say that you nailed it on the head. The only thing that I would add is that the plan is for the code of conduct pages that you're voting to update. We will send those as an addendum through Parent Square to the school community so that they have the updated information this year. And then next year, when the code of conduct is reprinted, it will be shared in full. But we want to make sure that the community has the updated discipline language, as well as the updated contact information for Title IX, and the other tweaks that we made based on staff members who left, and correcting that information, updating that information rather. So we'll do a brief addendum this year, and then next year it will be the full document.
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you, thank you. I wanted
Sure.
to make sure. That's why I
Right.
put him here.
Okay, so
I'm just looking how to unshare my screen and I can't find the little.
It's okay.
How do I, where do I? That's what I. So that JKB, also known as JKAA, would be going to, we would.
First read.
First read. It is a first read, so if you have, like, well, I'm blithering, sorry.
That's okay. No, 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 no.
It's
You're
only
doing-
8:30.
You're doing fine.
I just wish I could get off this screen share.
But this little arrow.
No, turn up the volume.
So relatable, Member Gazy.
yeah, there you go.
That's the share, this is the Zoom.
She's lost her green button.
So there it is down there.
Oh, there.
Stop share, yeah, right there.
Okay. So, that one is now, nobody has any further discussion, wants to, it's okay for us to send that back to RNP to prep for second reading?
Sounds good.
Good. Okay, the next issue is the bullying and intervention plan, we did that. ACF, we did that. Rules and procedures. Oh, no, we didn't do the
So we need
behavior
to-
stuff.
We actually need to do that vote for the code of conduct. So
Right.
Give me permission to be able to release that information.
The bullying prevention and intervention plan.
No, the code of conduct, so all those changes
D.
from
Oh.
pages 21, 23, Appendix D and E.
So we need a vote on that? Code of conduct. So I would make a motion that we approve the changes for the code of conduct associated with the language needed on pages 22 and 23, page 72,
Say the appendix,
the appendix C and D,
D and E,
D and E, sorry.
and also page 21, which is the Title IX. Just say Title IX.
Okay, so let
Okay,
me try this
that motion
again.
again.
Okay, sorry about this. I would make a motion that we vote to approve the changes in the code of conduct necessitated by the DESI audit to put new language on pages 21 to 23, which is plus the updating of the, what's that context?
It's the non-discrimination statement.
The non-discrimination statement, and in appendixes D and E. How you like that?
All right,
Anybody want to second it?
yeah.
Make my
Second
day.
on that. Seconded by member Foster Cannon. Okay, any further discussion? Yes.
Just a question, so can updating things like, oh, the task force members, that was in place when this.
That'll stay.
Got it, I was gonna see if that counted as a Scrivener's error, or if that stays, got it? Okay.
Okay, any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Here we go. Member Miller,
Yes.
Member LaBounty,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Foster Cannon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Hennessy,
Yes.
unanimous.
Great, thank you.
Now can we move to F? Have I covered everything in that?
We did see,
Yes,
right?
conglomerated,
Yeah,
not conglomerated, confusing section.
Could we have a recess?
Oh,
Let's do.
God, I would love one.
Okay, sorry, everybody. Let's do 5 minutes for that. Good?
Thank you.
Sure, you're welcome.
Oh, God.
Oh, you're doing fine. It
Doing
was
great.
a lot. Yes, it was a lot.
I know, I worked all day on this, I've got no.
Pause the recording. Yeah.
No.
Recording stopped.
Yeah, let's pause that while we're on recess.
You gotta remember to take your back.
Yeah, it was a lot, so.
Okay, everyone, welcome back from our recess, and I'm going to hand it back over to Member Gazy.
Okay, here I am, refreshed and revitalized. Our first thing is, I'm going to share my screen again, because I'm so good at that, is the rules of procedure, which we are on here. Come on. Yeah. Okay. So this is our rules of procedure. Nothing's changed. We go right down to the curriculum committee. And you see how it says to be determined by curriculum committee in 2022. So we didn't have a definition. We went back to the mission purpose that was created by Member Robbins and her committee in the last school committee group. And this was the first two sentences which have been of that mission statement. You may want to ask us to consolidate it or whatever. That's one area. Going down a little bit in financial procedures, this is a suggestion that Michael made. He wanted to know if the financial procedures refer to the process for reviewing contracts or not. So the language that has been put in there, I believe, Cassie, is taken from our contracts policy, correct? Member Stein?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was what you
Is this
sent.
from the agenda, what you're showing right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Then everything's good.
Yes. So that is, Member Stein found the language from the contracts policy to put in there. And a question to consider is, should we include the role of the warrant officer as part of the financial procedures? So we want feedback from you guys on that. We added down in section 13 on the agenda that the committee will follow Robert's Rules of Order except when they conflict with Massachusetts state law, because we used most of them, but not all of them. We have made the changes here in section 14.2 on meetings, where we've changed the public address section to public comment section to 90 minutes, and we put in the language that is in the next little 14.3 for people with a speaking disability, giving them 6 minutes. Oh, the question is, do you want that language to be more time will be allowed, or do you want to set 6 minutes? If they have if they need a translator or a speaking disability. So maybe Member Foster Cannon would be able to.
I think it was just an automatic, right?
Yeah.
Do you limit it to 6, or should we just say we'll be allowed more time?
Well, it might get sketchy if anything's at the discretion of the chair. So I don't know if it's appropriate to, do you want to go through it and then we can go back and discuss? Because I had a question about that before.
Sure.
Okay.
And then I think, down in the last section, 19 minutes, we tried to put a list of things that should be included in all minutes. Those bullet points in red or pink, whatever it is. And then on 19.4, we've got the notation, we just moved formal adjournment down because we wanted to add the bullet points to number 3. And then on 19.3, instead of referring to books and original copies, a lot of these words, a lot of these things are now our records. Some are in paper form, some are in, thank you, digital attachments. And so we just tried to clean that up. And that, I believe, are the major parts that we worked on. So I was wondering if anybody, oh, that's up to you. I'm gonna.
Okay. Do you want me to call on people, or do we want a motion?
Oh, so I would make a motion that we send, we don't have to make a motion, because this is a first reading.
Oh.
So just at the end, if we all agree, once we get past discussion and I take notes on what you want to do, then Member Stein, you should be taking notes, and Member Davis on what we hear, so we'll all be on the same page.
Okay, so then I will go to Member Foster Cannon.
Thank you to the three of you for taking on this task. It's like so important to review these, and then you find things like books, right? So thank you. And 14.2 and 14.3, my first comment, so the 90 minutes will be allowed for public to address the committee. I think we should strike the at the discretion of the chair. Because if the chair has discretion over public comment, then they can run afoul of limited, it's a whole mess. So we don't want the chair to have that discretion.
We took that out.
Oh, yeah, that
Also,
is-
I remember in
Okay.
something.
So it is
in BED.
struck in there.
Is it?
It's still in here, in my
It's still
copy,
in there.
at the
It
end
is
of
too.
14.2? Oh, in 14.3 it's struck.
Oh, but you're right, in
But
14.2, it's not, yes.
Okay.
Yes, that should not be able to be.
And then for 14.3, I have two thoughts. One is it's really minor, but somehow speech-related disability lands differently on me than speaking disability, so just a minor change if that could be considered. And then,
What was that?
Yeah, which is the
Did you get it?
Speech-related.
disability? Speech-related is preferable, is what you're saying.
But then I also think, yes, setting the time, and only again so that we don't run into the discretion of the chair issue, because that could also be a mess if you like give somebody 9 minutes and somebody else only 4. So that's something to consider. And then the last thing is we limit our public comment period to 90 minutes, but I wonder if we're getting into 6-minute comments, if we want to extend public comment, if somebody's comment time was doubled. I have no idea if people would want that, but I just didn't know if that may end up feeling unfair, but it's probably not going to come up often enough to be a concern. Yeah.
It's mostly a concern when we have a full house.
Right.
Because,
Well, you know that, I may say it backwards, but you know how they say like, unfair isn't always unequal, or what's that?
Right.
Like,
Fair
it's
is
fair
always
for that
equal.
person.
Yeah.
Is that the phrase that, it made sense to me when he said right? That it's fair for that person.
Right.
And so, one way to look at it. Timing.
Yeah, so worrying about the whole 90 minutes probably doesn't matter. I just wanted to put that out there, but
so are you leaning towards a 6-minute limit?
I would suggest that.
Okay.
Yeah. I think without a firm limit, we get into chair discretion and First Amendment issues.
Wait a minute. So, can I just clarify? Are you saying 6 minutes for everyone, or just for the speaking related?
Just those who need a translator.
Okay,
or
I
have
just want, I
speech related.
couldn't tell
Yeah.
what she was saying. Okay, great, okay.
Yes. I would like something, though. I know what you're saying, because I wouldn't want a full house, and we have a few people who have 6 minutes, and then people can't speak, and they're blamed for that not being able to speak. That happens in the world, right? So, like,
But I think, I feel strongly, though, that if we're saying, if there's an accommodation that needs to be made, we need to accommodate. And but I don't think that I think that fair does not mean equal.
yeah.
Yeah.
And thus, I feel like people will have to live with this.
Yeah.
Yep, I got it.
Yeah.
Okay, Member Gazy.
What if we, for the number of people that have to go on the 6-minute one, we extended our public comment by 3 minutes, or if there was one person, or 6 minutes, and it's something you could just say so that it doesn't trample on anybody else who might want to speak.
We would want to write this into the policy if that's what it's going to be. I mean, not sure this will happen very often.
No.
Right.
I think I've only seen it used at council. But if we wanted to do that sort of extension, then I think we want to write it in here.
So something like if there's a 6-minute extension, if there's a
Like a 3-minute extension.
if there's a 3-minute extension for people with, who need a translator or whatever, then public comment will be increased by the total sum of the extensions.
Nice.
Yes.
I'm wondering, maybe I'm overthinking this, but like it could be, I think it's a great idea to include that in the policy, but then in the moment of the meeting, that, and my gut tells me that it might not be comfortable to call attention to it and just let that one more person speak. If, you know what I mean? And to say, since you made us go overtime with your extra 3 minutes, you know, because of your difference in whatever, I'm wondering, like, would an announcement need to be made? That one more person, whoever's keeping track of the time, or then, I don't know.
You just want to be careful that it was applied equally.
Yeah.
So we
Just
don't,
wondering how to say that.
in here, we don't say, back to me, yes.
Just to keep, well, remembering this, that you stated 90 minutes being the allotted time.
Yeah.
So if you start to play around saying, oh, we'll add the 6 minutes because there were two people who needed accommodations,
Yeah.
then now it's saying, well, you're not beholden to your rules. And so you change up your rules to accommodate. So why can't you accommodate me if I'm not within that time frame? You know, that's why I said, it's
It
just,
does add a
if you
little
say
element of
90 minutes,
potential.
it's 90 minutes. And if someone needs that extra time, grant them that extra time, but it's still within the confines of the 90 minutes.
I agree. Correct me if I'm wrong, but do the council rules, does it say that it needs to be arranged ahead of time?
It does in the council rules.
And that's because we need a translator to be here.
Right, I mean, obviously, if you, unless someone, sometimes people, I've seen people bring a translator with them. But that they're making you aware ahead of time that they need this accommodation, otherwise you don't know, you know, obviously with a translator it's one thing, but if you wouldn't necessarily know to give someone with a speech-related disability minutes unless they told you they felt they needed it.
The school committee clerk needs to be alerted before the meeting if accommodations are necessary.
We can look at what
If
that
time
language is.
accommodations are necessary.
Well, let me go to Member Agna.
Okay.
And then I'll go to Member Foster Cannon, and I will look for what the council says while I'm doing that. So Member Agna, go ahead.
This is just a suggestion about the word translator. That's for written documents.
Oh.
So I think we want to use the word interpreter.
Interpreter, okay.
And I just confirmed that when I looked it up, but that was always what I understood, that if you are
Yes.
helping someone in a speaking way, it's through an interpreter.
And that goes for disabilities or
Yeah, it goes-
language.
Hearing impairments for different languages, it's always under interpretation.
Great, thank you. Yes, Member Foster.
Yeah, just a minor note on that. I know that, I hear the feedback, you know, that you have a disability, a lot of times it requires a lot of extra life admin, a lot of like pre-seeking accommodations and requests. So I wonder if, the council rules do say it needs to be requested ahead of time, but I wonder if we could be a touch friendlier and say, you know, to notify the chair by the start of the public comment period, just so that, like, I worry that somebody might not think to let us know ahead of time, and I'd hate for somebody to not be able to speak.
So notify the chair at the start.
How would someone know that? If they come in to speak?
Maybe they just need to notify the chair before they.
Okay. So notify the chair at the start of the public comment. What was our final decision with regard to extra time beyond the 90 minutes?
Stick with the 90 minutes,
Stick with the 90 minutes.
yes. And it's equal. We're not breaking our own rules.
No.
Member Hennessy. In my preamble, I announce it.
You announce that? Great.
Yeah.
That's
So-
great.
So people, I mean, they wouldn't be able to come prepared with an interpreter necessarily, but.
Great. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, I don't see them. So Member Sarfi Cox. Can't hear you. Oh, you can't unmute, that's why I can't hear you, I'm guessing.
Okay, yes, thank you. I had a strange situation with Bluetooth speakers and a 13-year-old, so I kept getting kicked out of the meeting. So I think we should keep it as simple as possible. So I'm glad that we're not gonna include the bit about changing the time. Yes, I also think as simple as possible for folks who are speaking so that we're not putting undue barriers. But then also, I mean, obviously, if people want to bring their own interpreter, they can, but this is actually just something that I've wondered for a while, which is if somebody needs interpretation in order to speak at a public meeting, is the public body required to provide that interpretation by law?
Yeah, we'd have to ask Layla. I would guess not, because I had not heard that previously, but we should ask Layla to look into it.
It's required in California, which is, you know, the place I first really dug into this stuff. So a lot of things are the same as here as in California, but that may not be. But I certainly wouldn't want to write into the rules that people are required to bring their own interpreter. Yeah, but.
Okay.
Okay, that was mostly a curiosity on my part, because I have wondered when, you know, especially when I was talking to the LPAC, that, you know, I was encouraging folks to come and speak at school committee, and I said, I have never seen, you know, in all of the years that I've either been on the school committee or attending school committee meetings, I've never seen anybody address the school committee in a language other than English. And so that is certainly, it would be a new challenge for our school committee, and perhaps we should think about it before it actually arises.
Thank you. Member Miller.
All I was going to say is that I think that it would be helpful if during the initial announcement that you say something like, public comment lasts this much, and if you need any assistance or an interpreter or assistance in your speech, let us know right away, and we'll make accommodations.
Okay, I would not want to promise something that we couldn't accommodate, though. So obviously, we would make accommodations in terms of time, but if we did not have an interpreter available, we couldn't promise that.
Whatever accommodations that are available, you could just add that.
Okay.
Not generally, more specifically.
Well, it's extra time that
Right.
we've
Yes.
offered.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Member Miller. Can I just, Josh Dixon has recommended that we use communication disability instead of speech related. Oh,
Thank you.
that seems to
Thank
be
you.
met well by the group. Okay, Member Agna.
One thing that we've used in the past is Google Translator. It's an app on a phone.
Yeah.
And it's not ideal, but it helps.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if, when we check whether we're mandated to have something at a meeting, we could probably check in on that Google Translator app.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
I have one last question.
Yep.
So we've got communication disability. Does that needs an interpreter? Or, okay, so we use an interpreter and that will be good. Okay, never mind.
Okay, Member Stein?
I have a question about another section, but just want to make sure we've got all the feedback for this area before we go there.
Can I, I just thought of one. So language, someone who speaks a language other than English isn't a disability.
Well, that's why we
So
say
you need two different
interpretate.
words?
So that was what my comment was, but it says if a speaker needs an interpreter or has.
Or, I gotcha. Or has a
So I
disability.
think
Okay.
or has a communication
Excellent, okay.
disability, so.
All right. Okay, thanks, Member Stein.
Okay.
So, let me pull it up. It's this section on financial procedures.
That is.
There it is. So section 8, so one of the questions that we had when we looked at this, I don't know if Bobby's here, maybe she can help us, but, so like 8.3, even 8.1, right? It says, 8.3 is any member of the school committee shall have the right to request that a bill presented for payment be withdrawn and referred back to the appropriate subcommittee for clarification. We had like no idea what this was referring to, and we couldn't find any other policy that talked about this, so we didn't take it out yet, but we don't know what it means. It's similar, I guess, in a way to that contract provision, but a very different procedure. I guess we're trying to find out, like, what is this? Is this something we need? Is it antiquated and it's not a practice we use? Like, we just don't know what it is. And like, it goes along with 8.1 if it's referring to the same bills.
May I? Yes. I'm wondering, I don't know this, but part of the curriculum, which I would like to talk about, is upon the recommendation of a superintendent, the curriculum, blah, 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 if it fits within the budget. I mean, could this be something where we see something that was a large bill for a curricular item that we didn't have an oversight on seeing for, I actually don't know this. Does it make sense to me, to you? It makes sense to me.
I will use examples from other districts.
Great.
I don't know, this could be like something that's been left over the years. So in other districts, there were times where the school committee members would request to actually see the bills. They would look at what's being paid out to what. And if they had a question on the amount that was paid out for a specific vendor, they would say, let's pull this, let's have further conversation. So they had the authority to do that before we actually paid the vendor. So I don't know if that was the past practice here, but that's what that was about. Especially if it was a large bill and you didn't have an understanding of, well, did we have a contract with this vendor? Is that why that was large? So it gave school committee members the opportunity to ask questions on those large payments.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if that's what this is about too, I don't know if we need it, because we have the provision on the contracts, right, which is similar, it comes back to all of us. And we get this is the other part of like adding in the bill warrant is sort of the process. Like, so we have someone who's assigned to be the warrant officer and then the backup warrant officer who looks at these invoices for us and signs off on them. And then we get a report like tonight, it says, here's all of them. So we look at them. So I'm just trying to figure out if this is just old and we should just cut it. And if we do we add in something about the warrant officer, or, I don't know, because it's like, if these are our rules of financial procedures, it's like the place to collect this stuff and yeah, but we couldn't find any other policies that reflected it.
Member Seraphy Cox, do you have an answer to this? Oh, sorry. Cassie, could you make Member Seraphy Cox a co-host, please?
Thank you. I don't know that I have an answer to this, just that in my experience, I've never seen anyone do this. And from my reading of it, I do think that is what the warrant officer, if that is what we call it, is like, that's their role, is to look through those bills. So I would agree with that suggestion, Member Stein, to take that section out and insert information about the warrant officer.
You're talking about 8.4?
8.3.
8.3.
So we'll leave the contract the same and that
Yeah.
matches the policy, and then we'll just swap out the 8.3, the bill one that we think is actually talking about what the warrant officer does.
And put in, so take out 8.3 and sub in information reg warrant officer.
Yep.
Right. Yeah.
And I don't think there's any harm in just leaving 8.1. But if we should modify that in any way, because again, it's like bills. I don't know that it's a problem, but like, does anyone have an idea on what it should say? If not that.
Yes.
Well, we've got the policy, which is basically what you see in 8.4 on contracts. So I think that my sense is that it's good enough, but.
Maybe we say all bills and contracts, because we split it out, I don't know, we call it something different. Or,
All bills and contracts?
Well, and this is the first reading, so the subcommittee can probably hash out part of that, yeah.
Okay. Was there any suggestions on the curriculum committee description?
Member Hennessy.
Yeah, I guess for me, I'd like it to be more cogent or succinct as, consistent with the other committees. And so, for example, I love Concord Carlisle, which has to approve major adoption or revision of curriculum and textbooks upon recommendation of the superintendent. And then they have parenthetically, MASC recommends school committee approval when budgeting and policy implications exist. I just like it because it's consistent, and I think that what's in here is a lot that I'm not, it's just a lot, and it's a little bit convoluted for me.
Yeah,
That's me.
it's not, it doesn't sort of jibe with the other ones. Could you send me the?
Yeah, absolutely.
That language, because we have a meeting Wednesday.
Yep.
And I would like to have that language. So 3.4, get language from Ann. From Concord Carlisle, you said?
Yeah, I mean, that's just an example. Most of them are pretty consistent with approved major adoption or revision of curriculum and textbooks. But they all have upon recommendation of the superintendent. And then many, not all, but I would want to include it, that we approve when budgeting and policy implications exist. What I worry about is that I don't want us to be the recommenders of the curriculum. I want the superintendent and the teachers to be the people telling us what they think. And we need to do our due diligence, of course. I'm not saying we don't, but I don't want me, and I trust everyone in this room, but to start saying, I don't want this book, or I don't want this for reasons that go beyond our mission or the scope of what we're doing. So I do like the budgeting and policy implications exist, and I think that's broad enough, and I also like it being consistent. But I'll give you the language, and you guys could certainly discuss it and
Thank
take it
you.
or not take it, yeah.
And just to sort of share what our conversation was on our preparation for the first read, so we took these two sections from the approved mission that the school committee passed when it created the committee. So I would be hesitant to put a characterization that's not in accordance with that document. And so if we want to make a change to what the scope or literally the scope and the understanding of the committee, we should have a conversation and vote on that. That's separate from its description here. So unless there's, because the way in which that is written is very different than the language that we're being suggested. So it should match, right? So when we created the committee, we passed what its mission was. We had them come back. We set it up, and we said, yes, we're going to do it. They did a bunch of work to write up what the mission was, and then we all voted on what the mission was. And so the summary has to reflect either that current mission, or if we want to change the mission, we have to vote on that separately as a body, and not, I think, as part of the summary of what it is for the rules of procedure. So I would just say, we can do whatever we want. It's just a matter of the order of things, unless there's a way when we look at the suggested language that it can accurately summarize what's in our mission. And so I think here the attempt was just to say, well, how do we, as briefly as possible, summarize this mission we passed? Well, let's just use this language taken out that does that. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on it.
My problem with that, Mike, is that we get something that is very unbalanced with the rest of the document. And I think yes, it's the mission, but what we do is more legally reflected, I believe, in our role in that language that Ann. So we can talk about that later at our rules, but I do like, I have been struggling with those first 2 sentences from the mission, which are great, but not appropriate in this setting, I believe.
Right, and so our disagreement on that too was when you just have that next paragraph and you take out the top one and you strip out everything that comes after it, it gives a very different impression of what the mission says.
Right, so that's
So
why I
the
like that
compromise
legal
was
one.
like adding the two together. That was like our compromise, right? So, yeah, it's a tough, yeah.
Okay, we'll take that all under advisement and see what we come up with.
Member Agna.
Wouldn't it make sense to refer to the curriculum subcommittee for a discussion and bring our discussion to the floor? Or is it just going to belabor this too much? I mean, I'm happy to have rules and policy figure it out, but also I can imagine that with our current subcommittee members, we could have a discussion about what ways that we want to describe what the curriculum committee is about.
When is your meeting?
It's June
13th.
5th? I can't.
Yeah,
I have to
May
look.
13th.
I can tell
We're
you.
before that, so what we could do is give you the two versions that we come up with and
15th.
ask you guys in your June meeting to reflect on that.
Yeah.
And when we bring it to, and let us know. Before the June school committee meeting.
I mean, I would just suggest that if,
June?
I just do think it's necessary, if we're going to make a substantial change in the description, that's also a change in the mission, that like the curriculum committee present us a new mission to change the mission of the committee that we then vote on, and then we can include whatever summary of it. But I think it's got to flow that way. Like the previous committee voted a certain mission. So if we're going to significantly change it, let's vote on that mission.
Yeah, that subcommittee can vote on that mission.
And bring it to the whole body to vote on, because the whole body voted on to set it up with a particular mission.
Sounds good.
Member Miller.
I was just going to add that I think that the curriculum subcommittee needs to talk about this, because it's also possible that it's conceivable that the committee and the last school committee and the current curriculum committee may see things differently, and we'll have to look at, as Mike said, the entire mission. But that's something that I think this subcommittee should discuss.
Great. We'll send you both things to look at, and you can make the final decision. Great.
Okay, any further discussion? Ready? So that brings you down to BEDH.
Oh, BEDH, here's the good news.
Yeah.
I didn't check the links until yesterday, and we put the wrong link that not has the updated policies. Sorry, my bad. And so it was too late to send you the new links because you wouldn't have time to. So we're just going to push that off till June.
That
Sorry
sounds
about
good.
it, but
That's okay. And it should match what
Right,
changes
and-
we made in rules and
yes,
rules
the
of procedure,
changes,
so.
mostly it's the changes that we've got there, so that is perfect.
Okay.
So that will be tabled.
Okay, excellent. That is good news. So then that brings us to H, discussion and possible vote on scope of city council's authority to modify mayor's recommendations. So this is chapter 329, section 2 of.
That's Green New
Green
Deal.
New Deal first.
No.
No.
So there was an
Yeah.
amended agenda.
I just raised my hand to make the announcement, because
sorry.
it's on the agenda, so we should announce that it's
It's actually,
not
it was
going
removed.
It was updated in the calendar.
It got, go ahead and make your announcement, Member Seraphy Cox. It was updated on the agenda, so it's actually not on the agenda that I have, but go ahead.
Oh, understood, okay. Well, the version that all of us have still has it on it. So the students who brought, this Green New Deal for schools idea and campaign to us are, a student group at the high school. And they contacted me saying that they wanted to postpone until June. That for various reasons that was more strategic for their campaign and better for their members. So It is coming back. Let me know if you have any thoughts about what is, in the agenda, of course, keeping in mind open meeting law, but it'll come back next month.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so now H, which is this is chapter 329, section 2 of the Acts of 1987. And so possible vote to recommend to the city council to adopt the provisions of this act. And I can explain it further, or Member Stein if you'd like to.
Yeah, I'm ready to go. Tonight I'm going to ask you all to consider supporting a resolution to encourage our city council and mayor to opt into Chapter 329, an act increasing local control over the annual school budget. When we voted to approve a level service budget last month, we did so in order to allow the city council to weigh in on our budget directly, because there's a disagreement between what the mayor was offering and what we think is necessary. This power is enumerated in Section 32 of the Mass General Laws. Since we passed the budget, it was discovered that the provision in the law we're relying on stems from the passing of this 1987 Chapter 329 Act, right, that we just talked about. This act included the provision, but said that municipalities had to opt in for it to use the law. And there's no record of Northampton opting in to use this provision. No record's been found. So it's a technicality that we can overcome by a simple majority vote of the city council to opt in and the approval by the mayor. I think there's two reasons we should encourage the city council and the mayor to opt into the law. The first is that it will give the city council more options this year in addressing the financial needs of the schools. If the city council doesn't opt in, or if they do and the mayor chooses not to approve it, the only options available to the council will be from reserve funds. Opting in gives them more options and doesn't require them to take any particular action. It gives them the ability to consider our request directly, as well as we all intended and believe they would in our next step in the budgeting process. The second reason we should encourage both the city council and the mayor to opt into the law is because it's an appropriate and healthy check on executive power. So regardless of how anyone feels about this current budget, in the years ahead, our community may be faced with a similar disagreement, and this avenue is an important option for the school committee and the city council to exercise oversight. This balance and separation of powers is a democratic principle of good governance. And I was reflecting on this because I made my students read Montesquieu's Spirit of the Laws this semester. And that is the text in which separation of powers is first comprehensively outlined. And its necessity to restrain unchecked powers of an executive. And this is extremely influential on the drafters of the Constitution. It's what influences the creation of the separation of powers that we have. And that has been taken up by pretty much every deliberative body at state levels in various forms. So I say that to say this isn't a long tradition of balancing powers. So I hope that we can encourage them to do this. We don't have to pass it, and our vote doesn't do anything in terms of actually opting in. It's just to encourage the city council and the mayor to opt into this provision so that, there's more options on the table for the council this year, and because it's just a good governance and check practice for the future. I'm not going to make a motion yet, but I just wanted to lay it out.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yeah, when I click on the link in the agenda, of course, it takes me to the law itself. But the vote that we would take tonight, as you said, would be on a resolution encouraging the city council to act, to opt in. So is there a copy of that resolution that I'm missing?
Oh, so I can read it to you, the motion that I'll make. It's very short. And it is, A motion to encourage our city council and mayor to opt into Chapter 329 and act increasing local control over the annual school budget. And that's the title of the actual act. That's not me and, okay.
Okay, so is that you just reading what you would make a motion for, or is that you making a motion?
That's the motion. I'm making the motion. That
You
way-
are making the motion.
Then we can talk about it after I've made the motion.
It's a motion to
Yes.
encourage the city council and mayor to adopt chapter 329. I
To
need more.
opt in to Chapter 329, and the title of this is, that act is, an act increasing local control over the annual school budget. I can say that again. It's an act increasing local control over the annual school budget.
Got it. Thank you.
Is there a second?
I would second that.
Seconded by Member Seraphy Cox. Member Foster Cannon?
Thanks, yeah, I don't have reflections yet, just to, Member Seraphy Cox asked the first question I was going to ask, which is if there was language we'd be voting on. The other one is, I'm curious what other communities have opted in. Do you have a list of other communities or other ways this has gone in other budget processes?
No, I don't. We couldn't even find out if we had, so I'm not sure where we would find it.
There's very little
Yeah.
case law on it as well. And it's been since 1987, the acts.
I mean, it's exceptionally rare, right? I think this is for like rare circumstances where there's a disagreement, because it's a very high threshold. First, you need a school committee to vote by a majority, and then you need a city council to vote by 2/3. So the number of times it's going to be used are pretty extraordinary. So they have to be around like a real disagreement, which doesn't happen that often. So even if they adopt it, opting in, they don't have to use it. And even if they try to use it, it may not work, like, it may not pass. So like, it's just to give them that option to do it. Like, that's what opting in would do. It's not requiring them to take any particular action. And then in the future, say you had a mayor who wanted to, I don't know, give a 5% reduction, and the school committee disagreed, and the city council disagreed. Like, the only option to check that would be through this provision in the law, but you have to opt into it in order to utilize it.
Is it okay if I?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that question, or that response. And I realize that this is really symbolic, right? Like the city council will take their vote and do what they do, and the mayor will do what the mayor is going to do on that. And I appreciate the comments regarding the separation of powers. I think that's a really important piece. And I know when I was serving on city council, that was like, here comes the budget and who's going to do what. One of the other thing, though, about, it's both the like incredibly maddeningly frustrating part of government, but also I think a wise design by the founders was the idea that things don't necessarily spin on a dime. And so I realize this provision's been on the books since 1987, and it hasn't come up. And so, that's great awareness. I would be uncomfortable making a recommendation on something that feels like, where there's like a 2-week deadline for something that as a city, we've had, decades and decades to act on and haven't. And I worry that it wouldn't be given the due process that it needs. And it is one of those, it's like a catch-22 of government, right? Like we have on the federal election cycle, right? Like a 4-year presidential election cycle. Our Senate, it takes 3 election cycles to turn over our Senate. All of those things happen, but that's very deliberate so that, the sort of demands of the moment are considered carefully. So on that other principle, in addition to the separation of powers, I would just have caution on taking something that we've had an option as a city to act on since 1987 and haven't, although I would certainly, encourage this to be thoroughly considered. It's the 2-week deadline for something we've had 40 years to act on that I don't know how my math is tonight, but that we've had forever to act on. And I think the other thing has really come to me in the years of public service here as well is that idea that, as elected officials, and particularly part-time elected officials, we definitely have power and deserve power and should take our power. And at the same time, the things that we say are actually implemented by the department heads and by the city staff. And so in that way, too, I would really want to give consideration to just sort of how that could play out down the road. So that would be my hesitation from this side. Again, acknowledging this is a symbolic vote, and the city council and the mayor's office will make the decisions that they, feel are in the best interest.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I appreciate what you're saying about the timeframes, and I think there are reasons for things being spread out. I think my concern is because I do feel like it completely limits our options, right? And part of what we are supposed to be able to do is have that discussion and to be able to say, we don't think this is okay enough. We don't think it's quite right. And to allow the other body to go, sorry, or, well, all right, this is this. And that's not there in that way. So my concern about that is that then it stops the process that we would want to have that conversation. So that's just my concern. But I totally agree, it's not our decision to make. And so we're not really making that decision here.
Mm-hmm.
So, so I see what you're saying.
I appreciate what everyone's saying, and I know it's so symbolic. What I think threw me when this happened was that having spoke to not all, but some city councilors, they were telling me at least that, well, if you send it back, then we do 2/3. So they were actually, and I think a lot of us were under that assumption that that's how it was going to happen, without anyone saying, actually, no, we didn't pass this provision. I felt like it was this last minute thing, oh, we didn't pass it.
Mm-hmm.
But then people were speaking to us, and, I could have done my due diligence. So that's my fault for not knowing we didn't pass the acts of 1987. So, that's my one issue. And I worry, I trust this mayor and I trust this committee, and I do think this is a check we have, and they still have to do 2/3. And they could still do that and say, no, actually. So anyway, that's my thinking. I'm just putting it out there.
Any further discussion?
I'd just say it would be extremely hard for you to have found it. And I think whoever found it had to work extremely hard, because when you go online, you can't find this. So you have to find it in who knows where, because it's not apparent when you go to the Mass General Laws when you read it. It just appears that we all have this power. And so this was attached, right? So had any of us known, I think we would have more than 2 weeks. But it does feel, it's limiting options, right? So there are other options, but if they don't opt in, they're constrained. And so that's, yeah. And just more broadly, it does raise the issue of, like, what is the point of us passing a budget? So if it can just be ignored by one member of the body, what's the point, right? This is the only vehicle we have in which we can say, we feel really strongly that you need to, like, the city council needs to look at this. Like, this is a check on an executive power, right? So we don't have this opt-in and we don't have this ability. We could save a lot of time and never talk about the budget again, because it quite frankly doesn't matter as a body, and voting on it wouldn't matter. So I guess it would be merely symbolic that we agreed with whatever was presented to us. Because when push comes to shove, as we're finding right now, it's just symbolic. So I'm worried about that. Like, that is a real fundamental problem with the executive power and the lack of a check on it. Because if 8 elected officials disagree, that's 8 elected officials. And then if 2/3 of the city council also disagree, that's pretty significant. And that's what you have to do to accomplish it. And it's a high bar for a check, but we should have it. Or we should stop making budgets.
Oh, yes, Member Davis. Yes, I picked up, I think you used the word ignored. I'm not sure if that's the word you used. That's what I scribbled down. Something like that, I guess. I feel like our role, I mean, it's hard, what we're all doing, but I feel like it's advisory and that if decisions are, come out differently than what the school committee has advised and voted upon, I'm feeling like I trust the people that we've, in the city council and the mayor, whoever that is. I mean, this is going to go on, to listen to the school committee and what we've said, so that maybe that it's not going to be just a flip, oh, they're going to vote whatever they're going to, but now I'm going to go do what I'm going to do. Like, I'm uncomfortable with the word power, the way it's being used. Like, I'm just not feeling that same grasp of power. Like, I'm going to go do what I want to do with the city. I really feel like the intentions of the city council and the mayor have the city at heart, of what would be best for the city and for the students and for the children in general. And so I guess there would be, my feeling is a little bit more trust in that what we say matters, but understanding that it's advisory. That's what I have to say.
Hey, Member Miller.
When I ran for school committee, I ran because I was committed to advocating and supporting the schools. That's why I was elected. I feel like my role is to, and I voted last meeting, I voted for the budget that I believed would support our students in the best way.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like, again, division of power, that as the school committee, we are sending a very strong message to the city council and the mayor that this is what we believe. This is how we voted. This is how the vote came out. And then we leave it to the city council and the mayor, who govern the entire city. They need to work this out and decide among themselves how they're going to allocate all the funding that they have for the city, taking into consideration what we as a school committee have sent to them. I feel that's where my role ends. I don't feel responsible for voting for something that tells the city council how to handle this. And I do trust them and the mayor to work this out.
There's just a confusion. Could I just add one thing? That the only way that the city council can consider our budget is if they opt in. So right now, they can't make any additions. So they just have to do what the mayor gives them for a budget. So if people want the city council to weigh our budget against other city interests, they have to opt in. And that's what we all already thought they had the power to do. So in order for them to do the thing you see them doing, Member Miller, they have to opt in and the mayor has to opt in. Otherwise, it's just whatever percentage the mayor says because they can't add to it. There's other ways they can appropriate us money, but it's a significantly limited option. So I think it's a confusion. It's like we sent it to them thinking they could do this, but they can only do this if they opt in. And so what I'm saying is let's recommend they opt in so they can do the thing we all thought they wanted to do and we could do.
I'll go to Member Seraphy Cox and then Member Foster Cannon.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I seconded the motion, so folks know that I support it. I think that a couple of things. I won't go into kind of a long thought about why we have a Senate and a House of Representatives and why senators are elected for so much longer, other than, of course, it was modeled after the House of Lords, which, of course, I would not suggest that we model aristocracy in our country. So I think, when we look at the history of how we came to some of the practices that we have, especially in the Commonwealth, I do see them being, I have noticed great differences. I've lived in 4 or 5 different states, and I have worked in politics in all of them, and I've noticed that there are many similarities about the other 4 states that I've lived in, and Massachusetts stands alone with many things. And school committee is one of those things. In most other states, not only is it called school board, but the school board actually has even more appropriative powers, the power to appropriate, as well as tax. In Massachusetts, school committees are still elected bodies that are not actually advisory. We have the power to, hire and fire multiple positions within the district, the power to pass our budget. But because our budget falls within the city, of course, then there's this more complicated process about how that flows after we pass it. The other thing I would say is that I have lived in other cities that have a strong mayor form of government, which is the form of government that we have here in Northampton. It is akin to the way that the president and the Congress work on the budget, where the president proposes a budget, the Congress makes changes to it, and ultimately, at least presumably, there is agreement at the end. But I was flabbergasted when I first moved here, when I came to understand the degree of limitation that existed in terms of how the budget was made, that, in other bodies, like even our state government, the legislative body, which the city council is the legislative body in our city, has the ability to move money around and appropriate it differently. And then, of course, that needs to be agreed upon by the executive, who in our case, of course, is the mayor. And the fact that the city council here, or the city councils in Massachusetts are so limited in how they can move money around was very surprising to me. I'd never lived in a city where that was the case. And so to learn then that even the limited powers that of reappropriation, as it were, that that city councilors since before, maybe around the time that I was elected, I had been talking to various city councilors about what the powers of, no, it was before I was elected because it was the first year that I moved here, about what the powers of the city council are. And the council members that I talked to, you know, from then until now had all espoused that they that this was the way that things worked, including, I believe, and I don't want to misquote him, but I think that I had talked to, you know, Jim Nash, the previous Ward 3 city council member, about this. So I regardless of how much trust I have in our city leadership, which I do, you know, voted for them. One of the ways that I trust them is by allowing them the power to have these discussions and make these votes. So I will end it there before I go too far on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Foster Cannon.
Thanks. I just wanted to clarify, I'm certainly not proposing we, you know, maintain aristocracy, but it was more.
Certainly didn't think you were.
No, yeah, it's definitely not what I'm going for. But I did want to respond to the you know, sort of idea of our role with the budget as well. And yes, there's power in naming the final number of the budget. There's also a role that we didn't super take on this year, which is really diving into the details of the resources that are there and how those resources are allocated. And so that is a role that we have in substantive discussions and impact that we could have. So yes, I just think that those are two sort of separate things there. And we did get into the impact on, you know, what the different increases would mean, but we didn't, as a full body, really dive into that. And that is power and discussion that is value in the school committee's role in the budget discussions that's beyond naming the final number.
Any discussion by anyone who hasn't spoken yet? Okay, Member Stein, and then maybe if there's nothing else, we can wrap it up.
Yeah, I mean, I would recognize, you know, what Member Foster Cannon said. We do have that power, but whenever this committee ever tries to exercise it, at least historically, we're told, trust the superintendent, trust the leadership committee, they make the recommendations, don't talk about line items, you only vote on a total allocation. So we seem constrained significantly in both norms and in official power, and really meaningfully weighing in on the budget, which is supposed to be one of our core missions. And in both cases, I find it upsetting that trust is always sort of gone to, because it turns what is reasonable disagreements into questions of character or questions of intent, which they're not. Like, people can trust people in a lot of ways. It doesn't mean they agree with them, right? So when we talk about trust, it turns it into some sort of strange personality thing or affinity thing or camp thing, when there are like real substantive disagreements. So, I mean, I trust and believe that anyone who runs for office does so because they have the intention of helping whatever body they're on and whatever municipality. I mean, why else would you put yourself through this, right? I don't think that's the issue. I think we confuse the issue when we say that. I can't imagine the columnist telling us, well, I trust King George. Don't worry about it. Don't, stop making so much trouble. I trust him. We wouldn't say that because we would say we have very different perspectives on how that power should be checked and what sorts of inputs we should have on taxation, et cetera, right? I know there's the joke about aristocracy, but this is quite literally the history of which these concepts are coming out of. Montesquieu is writing specifically about the British monarchy in this. So it's linked. And that's not to say that anyone here is a monarchist. I don't think you are. No one here is that, right? But this is to understand the history of these ideas and why they still matter and why we're talking about them is because they do have some material force in the world. And a separation of powers and a check on executive power is one that's been central to Republican and Democratic forms of government. And I think what we're laying out here is the way that we don't have any meaningful check. And even the very limited one we thought we had, apparently because in 1987, no one ever said in Northampton, hey, I want to opt in. Now we don't even have that one. So, just again, like the city council is very constrained, as Mayor Seraphy Cox, on what they can do. They can recommend reductions. That was the whole idea of sending them the budget we wanted, assuming that they would make reductions to what we got. And they weighed everything, right? But the bet was that it would be better than a 4% increase. Right? I think that was the political calculation you all made from what was said, right, and what has been said. So it's not about intentions, it's not about character, it's not about trust. It's about how do you structure something to deal with substantive disagreements that rarely come up. And this is one of the moments where it's coming up. And I hope you'll vote to encourage them to opt in. They don't have to listen to us. Even if they opt in, they don't have to take any action. If they take action, they still need 2/3. This is not a dangerous vote in any way and would give other committees in the future an avenue under extraordinary circumstances.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please, Cassie, on the motion.
Member LaBounty.
Yes.
Member Agna.
No.
Member Davis.
No.
Are you guys? Mayor Shara.
Abstain.
Member Gacy. Member Gacy?
I know, I'm conflicted, I'm just like,
Do you want me to circle back?
yeah, circle back to me, I'm still,
Member Foster Cannon?
No.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Hennessy?
Yes.
Member Miller? Member Miller?
I just asked
I think she's asking for more time, but I'm not sure.
Member Gacy?
no.
Member Miller?
I can't tell if she can unmute. Oh, she can.
That was a no, sorry.
No? Confirming. Did you say no?
She said no.
Okay, thanks. And so the vote is 5 no, 4 yes, 1 abstention. The noes have it.
Okay. No, we have one more item. This is vote on a resolution to support the joint MASC, MASS, MTA, AFT advocacy for fixing the inflation calculation, avoiding the fiscal cliff, And this is, and everyone, this is linked in the document.
Yes.
I mean, it linked in the agenda.
Yeah.
Member Davis?
So do I need to share my screen, or is it?
Can, but it's right in the
Yeah, it's right in
agenda, so I
there.
don't know if everyone can access
Okay.
it.
So this is my first time having to do something like this, so I hope that, so correct me if I'm saying something wrong. So, this, at this stage, this is not a legislation that exists, but a resolution has been put forth by MASC and MASS, which is school superintendents, and MTA and AFT. So this is advocacy for fixing the inflation calculation. And I went on Monday to Day on the Hill, sponsored by MASC, and Representative Denise Garlick spoke to us, and she is the outgoing chair of the Joint Committee on Education, and she said something that was very helpful to me, because she was explaining, they were talking all about Chapter 70, Chapter 70, Chapter 70, and said, I know it's complex, but you're all very smart. Because I have read and reread this document repeatedly, and it's a little hard to understand a bit. But this is a resolution that several towns are supporting as a way of demonstrating the value of changing the law that caps the annual inflation adjustment, the foundation budget at 4.5%. And so as, and anybody can jump in and correct me if I say something wrong, but as this document states, districts did not receive funds to cover the significant portion of inflation that they have to pay for expenses. And so, do I have to make a motion? Is that what I have to do?
You could make a motion, yeah.
So
to ask
I would
us
like to make a motion to approve the resolution, to send a message to the legislature that we support fixing the inflation calculation.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, motion's made and seconded. Thank you for bringing this. I'm certainly very happy to support it. Member Foster Cannon.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for bringing this, and I know you did a deep dive and some research to really.
With your help.
Well, you did the dive to really get to what, sort of the heart of the matter and why the inflation rate is so impactful, particularly in Northampton. And I think that's really valuable for us to understand.
Mm-hmm.
And, one of the things I've been reflecting on, or a lot of conversations I've had with people, because this budget process has caused a lot of pain, and we know that. And it's just on every level. And so one of the things I'm really feeling and talking with people about is this desire of like, well, what are we going to do, right? Like, what are we going to do as a community? And that's what we're seeing so much, is like deep desire to be involved, and deep desire for impactful change. And, is our resolution going to fix the inflation rate? Like, no, but, as my kids, they get a little mad when I'm always give them a yes and, but it's a no and, right? Like, we have to use our megaphones and our power and our, roles here to advocate for what is going to actually truly make the long-term impactful change that we're all seeking. We're seeing that in every corner. So I thank you for doing this research and bringing it forward and talk about it. And with everything I've got, I support any change that will impact the state level funding that's coming to districts and you know, when you really start to look at where Northampton falls in you know, the aid that we're getting and why this inflation rate matters to us so much. It's both makes me angry and also like it's kind of so unfair that I feel like the more actions we take and the more we speak about it, you know, there's a chance to continue to rattle things and make this voice heard and really lift up the pain and anger here in our community about the really difficult choices we're making.
Member Davis, so this is about opening up Chapter 70 and changing that part of it, which hopefully the legislature is going to be doing, because I think many of them are getting pressure, but that's a longer process.
Yes.
This does not push our governor, who lowered the inflator to 1.35, to make a change. No? This is just about Chapter 70. It's a little bit longer term.
Yes,
push.
yeah,
Okay.
that's my understanding.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yes.
Just clarification, because I know that paperwork has to be submitted. So this is the language in which we put on letterhead to send to our legislative body.
Do you mean this thing?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah, yes. I mean, I didn't create this. This is straight
No,
from
this is
MASC.
MASC.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And so I will do that for you tomorrow. And I will also say that it's school department and school committee. We'll have both heads.
I guess if we,
Oh, excuse me, if we
yeah,
vote.
yeah.
I'm so tired. I already.
Oh, I hear you.
I already feel like you voted, but
I vote
but I
yes.
just wanted clarification because so this is a part of the advocating for the district. So I want to make
Yes,
sure that this is
yes.
the language
I
in which
didn't,
we're going to use.
I thought about it. Karen and I talked about, I'm member Foster Cants, and I talked about, you know, inserting something unique to Northampton in it, and I didn't do that. I was kind of hesitant to do it. So if anybody has thoughts about a quality way to do that, I'm happy to do that. I wasn't clear about the best way to do that. Stick in the Northampton information, but.
Anyone have a line or two? Member Stein?
Well, I have a bigger question. I'm hoping maybe Bobby can answer it, which is, what does this actually mean for Northampton, right? Not the broader thing, but this very narrow thing. So like these inflation rates, as I understand it, are very limited to certain categories. So I'm trying to figure out how much we're actually going to see and what the impact actually is, because while I support it for sure, I think it's a pretty limited yield for us. I'm hoping Bobby will tell me I'm totally wrong. But, you know, we're going to get an extra 10,000 a year. I mean, like, what are we really talking about here on the categories that this inflation rate actually applies to?
So my understanding, if you look at the like past history of what we get for minimum aid or aid from Chapter 70, if we had used a different inflator, so the inflator is capped right now, but if we had used the actual inflator, we would have probably received more in Chapter 70 aid than we are currently getting.
It would help us break through that barrier.
Threshold.
Yeah.
Or the threshold.
Do we still get it even when we're just like held harmless? Because we're sort of like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're not getting, we're just basically treading water on that, right? Because we have declining enrollment. So like, it's not like we got 8% increase, right?
Right. But
So what did we get?
So the inflator, oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, sorry.
The inflator might help push us out of that hold harmless, which is what's gonna get us more aid than that minimum per pupil aid that we're getting right now.
Yeah.
So, sorry, Bobby, could you just explain, so if this current year is 4.5%, what was that 4.5% calculated on? Like, how many dollars did we get from that 4.5 inflation?
We didn't get any because we're in hold harmless, so we only got the minimum state aid.
So if we change it to 8%, how does that magically get us something?
That might push us out of that hold harmless state, which would then give us more aid than the minimum.
We came close to it last year,
Yeah.
and now
When it went down to 135.
yeah, now we've dropped down. So if we could get close and then break through, then we would start to, we would realize Student Opportunity Act money.
I guess just to push it further, so if, what gets us out of hold harmless, right? So if we haven't gotten any additional students, and all it is the inflation rate that they put on, so they're saying our costs have gone up in a certain amount, so then if we hit that threshold, then we're not hold harmless for some reason in the calculation?
Right, it's kind of a complicated, I see Emily raising her hand, but it's a complicated formula. But yes, that would help us to get out of that hold harmless. The way they have it set up currently.
And do you have a sense of how much money we could get if we got out of hold harmless? Like, what kind of increase are we talking about?
I don't, I haven't really looked at it that far, Member Stein. But I can look into it further.
I mean, I see too here on the resolution thing, it says like, we can tell you your area or whatever at the very bottom. It says something like,
I think Tracy Novick had an estimate for us at the presentation.
Yes.
I'm
Sorry, I didn't bring that with me.
Yeah, she did.
Oh, you did?
If I can.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought up Tracy Novak's presentation. That's actually what I was going to say. Member Stein, I know you weren't able to make it to that meeting, but Tracy brought this issue up then and had some really good information about kind of what it would mean for Northampton to come out of hold harmless and how the inflation rate would make that difference. And she actually said, because the inflation rate this year was reduced to the, 1.35, whatever it is, from the original number, that she felt like we would have gotten out of hold harmless this year and seen an increase. And regardless, as you said, in the past, our enrollment was decreasing. And so that's why we are in hold harmless. But our enrollment hasn't been decreased. Superintendent Bonner, I think it was you last month or maybe 2 months ago, talked about that actually I just saw you. Flatline. Can you tell that I'm a former former professional dancer, a kinetic learner? That our enrollment has not been decreasing, has been pretty steady. And so each year we come a little closer to coming out of the hold harmless. And so even when our enrollment isn't increasing, we still come closer to that threshold, because the minimum
aid.
Minimum, what they say that we should be spending.
Yeah.
Sorry, Bobby, what is it called?
Oh, required net school spending?
Yeah.
Thank you. Because that increases every year, and so it's like pushing us up from below. And so as long as we're not continuing to decrease in our enrollment, then we can actually come out of hold harmless. But the answer to your other question of how much does that mean, I don't remember what Tracy said about that in her presentation. So I don't have that information, but I don't know if I explained it any more clearly than anybody has to before, but that, I don't know, was my attempt.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, and I support the motion, by the way.
Member Davis, my one question, so resolutions often say where they want it directed. So we want it directed to our state rep, our state senator, the governor, are there, who?
Thank you.
Who else? To the Secretary of Education?
Yes, I would say, and I guess DESI doesn't have any say in the matter.
Well,
would they?
the Secretary of Education is key, but if you wanted to CC out of courtesy, the Commissioner of Education.
And
that
he
would be-
spoke to us as well, and talked about this issue and everything. I think that would be
Chairs of.
In the chair, yeah.
the chairs of those committees. Then there was some changing of the guard of some of those committees, it sounded like.
But
of who
perhaps
the-
if you asked our rep and senator to send it to those chairs and the Ways and Means and the Education.
Okay, just clarification's sake, so once you make the motion, and if I am responsible for getting this resolution out to these parties. So the last sentence is perfect for us to put in a scenario for how this would affect Northampton. See, we could provide data on how these changes would affect specific districts. So just say, this would affect Northampton by, and give the scenario, and maybe pull from Tracy
Okay.
Novak's presentation.
So do you want me to do that?
Want to check with?
Well, so Member Davis and I spent a while watching and rewatching and parsing Tracy's presentation. And we got to the point where she used the language, and this is where Northampton makes me particularly angry.
Yes.
And we watched and rewatched it and parsed it, and we still didn't get to exactly the data, like what exactly this would mean financially. Like, we understood about the getting out of hold harmless.
Yeah.
And, we could say that this would impact Northampton by, pushing us out of the hold harmless agreement. But like, we were looking for, I think, something a little more black and white that we were not getting to.
Like what Member Stein might be looking like that dollar amount kind of thing.
And I think she gave that to us, and we have it within our minutes. We linked the presentation, and she updated the presentation with the correct numbers. So let me go back and check that.
Okay.
And if not, we'll just reach out to her.
Okay.
Right, Bobby?
Okay.
Okay. Right, so I'll look to you two.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, any further discussion? There's a motion on the floor, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Cassie, when you're ready.
Where are we? Member Agna?
Oh, sorry, Member Agna was feeling very unwell and had to leave.
Member Davis?
Sorry, wait, hold on one sec. What's up?
Sorry, before we vote, I just wanted to make sure, like, it was 100% clear. It wasn't quite for me. Are we voting on this letter as is, or is it as amended with that last sentence, this will impact Northampton by, but then if we voted on the letter, whose authority is it to add that data? Do we need to bring it back to the committee, or is the committee comfortable with once that data is in there? I'm thinking time frame, like that it actually sooner than later matters, but I understand it's hard to ask to vote when we don't have those exact.
Yes.
I would say that if you can get the information from Tracy through that updated link, that is a source that I would trust to put on.
Okay. So who made the original motion? Oh,
Cassie? Who made
it?
the
No,
It was
Aileen.
Aileen.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay, so
I don't know who seconded it.
does someone want to make an amendment to that motion?
Oh. So I have to, make a motion to send a letter with this resolution to support the joint MASC, MASS, MTA, AFT advocacy for fixing the inflation calculation with an additional last sentence stating how this would affect Northampton at the end of the document with data from Tracy Novick from MASC.
How about, I suggest, how about last paragraph, just to give a little wiggle room?
Oh, add the last paragraph at the end of the document, stating how it would affect Northampton.
Okay.
And sending, do I have to say and sending it to?
And sending it to the list that,
Yes, state rep, senator, governor, secretary of education, commissioner of education, and chairs of the committees. That's Ways and Means. And God bless you. Thank you.
okay,
Okay,
okay, and you second?
I second that.
amended? Okay,
thank you.
all right, all clear, great, thank you. So now. ask when
Ready?
you're Yes, please.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes?
Member Foster Cannon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Hennessy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member LaBounty.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great, thank you. And our last item is under discussion topics, advocating at the federal and state level. And this was the request to have sort of a larger conversation about that. And I believe, Member Seraphy Cox, it was your request, yes? Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have already embarked on some state-related advocacy this evening, so I appreciate that. I have, I've reached out to some folks on the federal level who, in order to get some advice about kind of how we might be able to proceed related to advocacy around around some of the federal stuff that I had brought up at our last meeting. So I don't have a report back about that at this time. The person that I'm going to be talking to, I talked to her in like 2 weeks. So, you know, because folks are busy. So I don't have a report on that. So I wonder if maybe I could bring this discussion to the June meeting instead. But I do think that that maybe, you know, we should think about like, okay, this inflation thing is one thing that we've done. Mm-hmm. Is there a next thing at the state level that we can also do?
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry.
That thing that Ann was talking about with the governor,
Yeah.
that's another step, right?
Yes, I think so.
Yes, but to try and get it done for this budget year, you mean, or?
I don't see why not. It's not. It's only in the Senate now, right? They still have to, I mean, who knows if anything will happen, but she has to hear from us that the 1.35 is such a significant reduction in the inflator from the 4.5 that if we don't do it, nothing will happen. And if we do it, nothing will happen. But maybe if we do it and enough school committees or individuals put some pressure on her, perhaps it could happen.
I can share that I strongly asked the lieutenant governor.
Yeah.
And a few weeks ago, and then I was with the lieutenant governor on, I remember where I am in space and time. Sunday, maybe?
After pickleball?
After pickleball, yes. Yeah. And I again said this would be really critical for us. So I have advocated to the
Yeah.
lieutenant governor twice, but.
Can I say something? So when on Monday, I was in a meeting that was arranged by Joe Comerford, Western Regional folks, and there were two extremely exhausted Ways and Means Committee staffers in there, and Joe Comerford's chief of staff. And after listening, like there was a lot of listening to all the issues, and first of all the people around the table from Hadley, from Amherst, from Greenfield, from Belchertown, I don't know, all around our area, said like the exact same things that we're saying tonight. A few of them, even more rural, talked a lot more about transportation than we talk about, but you know how kids are on the bus for an hour and a half, 2 hours, like it's ridiculous. Anyway, so lots of issues that they're hearing, but then something that was difficult was MASC should not have this meeting now. That one of the staffers from Ways and Means said, the ink is dry on this budget. Like, this meeting should be, March, November, January, something. So we're all up there, all these enthusiastic, well-meaning people knocking on doors and making appointments and stuff, and so, I mean, I'm heartened to think that perhaps there's a little window of maybe something could be, but one of the guys even said, we're not opening chapter 70 now. And everyone was sort of, like we knew, but no. So everybody's just really pressed, as they say.
Yes, I do think that's where we have to talk to MASC. 'Cause
Yes, absolutely.
People have said that in the past, and I think I know our legislative body has commented on that, where, the bills are done.
Right.
But the governor, the inflator is a different thing. I know the ink is dry, but the executive branch could still make that decision.
That piece could happen. Ah, okay. I know, I'm definitely going to ask MASC. Switch that around.
Yes.
So to see if I'm understanding, so the sort of potential for change for this coming budget year, which we understand is low, but we can do something, is through the executive branch with pressure, letters, reaching out, right? And our next meeting wouldn't be until June. So perhaps that's something as individual committee members that people can write, because I know none of us could write for the committee, but if we want to speak as a body, we would either need to have a special meeting to pass a resolution, or, it wouldn't be until June. So that's just one piece. And the other thing is then looking longer range, that this pressure really needs to start happening.
Yes.
In the fall for the coming year. Right. Yeah. And we can have that on our sites, and, there's no reason Northampton couldn't lead the advocacy charge with, say, like a letter like Mascow's, but with a resolution that other communities can sign on to support our legislators, the advocacy they're putting on in Boston as well.
Thank you. Okay, anything else we want to talk about our advocacy? Okay. Seeing nothing else, let's, future business meetings and dates. We've got rules and policies.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Just, so
Oh my
then
gosh.
could it be on next month's meeting as well, so that I could potentially report back about what I can bring related to federal level?
Did we do the vote?
We don't need to vote.
We don't need to vote on that? Okay.
No.
Yeah, I was
Yes, we will put that on.
What is
Yes.
the, I'm sorry, I cannot make out.
Thank you.
So adding this item again to next to the.
The Green New Deal thing?
No, the
No,
advocacy.
add the
Got
state
that.
and
Okay.
federal advocacy to the
A-okay.
June meeting.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, sorry to.
Last thing, I promise. So then, I'm wondering, since here we are in the open meeting and we actually have an opportunity as a body to talk about it, would anyone like to co-sponsor a resolution sooner than later that we could bring back to school committee for a quick special meeting so we could get something in for this legislative term, or, to the governor for this current budget year? Happy to work on it if anybody would like to work on it.
Can I, may I ask a
Oh,
question?
yeah.
Did it feel like absolutely, there's no way when you talked to Lieutenant Governor? Because it feels like, maybe possible, but probably not.
So the first time I talked to her, she was like, I'm not convinced it would help. And I was like, I'm pretty convinced it would help. Like, everything I'm being told is it would help. And I said, I've talked extensively to Senator Comfort and Tracy Novick, and we believe actually this would help us very much. And this time I said again, like, I hope you're still considering this. I really think it would help. And I didn't get a lot, but yeah. So back to your offer.
Yes, back to my offer.
Colleen said she.
I said I would.
Oh, you did? Okay,
Yes,
great.
Yes.
Okay, so we can work on something sooner than later, and maybe you can help us with getting the exact data that's going to prove the case. So you breathe this stuff in a way we don't. So we can get that data, put it in, and maybe we can come back to you to schedule a quick special meeting for a resolution vote.
I can help in any way.
Okay.
Fantastic. Okay.
Great. Okay, future business and meeting dates. Rules and Policy Subcommittee, that's May 15th at 5 p.m. On Zoom. Superintendent Evaluation Subcommittee, May 13th at 5:15, and May 20th at 5:15, also by Zoom. Curriculum Subcommittee, Wednesday, June 5th, 5 p.m. by Zoom. Budget and Property Subcommittee, Monday, June 10th, 5 p.m. On Zoom, and Full School Committee, that's Thursday, June 13th, 6:30 p.m., hybrid here at JFK Middle School and on Zoom.
I have a question.
Yes.
Do all the other, I have 4:30 for the Rules and Policy Subcommittee. Does everybody else in that?
I have 4:30.
You have 4:30?
I'm sorry. Member Stein, did you have?
I can't remember if we changed it due to Portia.
It wasn't.
Next time, was there something that you had? That could be it, that you were going to be a little bit late.
Okay, let me just check.
I need the scale.
Member
I'm
Stein,
gonna share my
isn't that a day that you teach? Didn't we?
No.
No. Okay, so let me just think. Sorry. Sorry.
Thank you.
Oh,
One or two.
I don't know if that was left over. I'm sorry. So if the change would be 4:30?
4:30 is what we had before,
Okay.
but if you have to change it,
4:30 is good.
Okay. And that's okay with you, Michael, right?
Yep, 4:30 is what I have.
Okay.
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 So I have shared my screen because it is now time to mark these little cards. I would ask, I'll send this Northampton School Community Agreements in Action to all of the committee members so that maybe Member Agna and Member Seraphy Cox and Member Miller can send me their comments, because I'll collect yours here. Down at the scoring guide is down at the bottom. Some people who shall remain nameless other than Emily keep giving me 1.75s and 1.5s, but I know how to deal with that mathematically now, so if the rest of you would like to do that too.
Wow, fraction. Wow, okay. Maybe like a bigger skit, whatever. It's fine.
calling out.
Yeah.
Well, no, I sort of liked it.
I think
Once I figured out how to
Not yet.
do
No,
it,
we did
you
not.
know, it's no problem. So I'm just saying, maybe we need a bigger scale, but you've come up with a creative way of solving that problem.
1.5 at one point too, so, yeah.
Member Levante has also copped to fractions.
I have also used decimal points.
Okay.
It's like the amount
Yes.
of thought that would take at the time of night we do this is astounding to me.
Well, there it is. So
Okay.
feel free to use partial scoring.
Do we need to make a motion to adjourn?
Someone does need, thank you for putting the scale up, which I.
I move to adjourn.
Is there a
I second it.
second? Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Roll call, please, on adjourning.
She's like, Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Member Gazy?
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Member Foster Cannon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein is departed, Member Hennessy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yep.
Member LeBounty,
Yes.
Member Agnew left.
Yes.
And Member Davis.
Yes.
The motion passes at 10:38.
Thank you, we are adjourned.
So cool. Sorry.